A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Is anybody?
There she is. That's Molly Goldberg, folks. A woman with a place in every heart and a finger in every pie. And now the makers of New Does. That new kind of soap for everything right down your wash line bring you another visit with those good folks, the Goldbergs. I've been meeting up with a tough customer lately. He's Old Man Wash Day Habit, and he has the mistaken idea that you ladies have to do things his way on Wash Day.
You bet they do. I'm Old Man Wash Day Habit, I am. I enjoy keeping a lady washing the same old way with the same old soap year after year.
Well, I've got you licked when I tell ladies about New Does, that new kind of granulated soap.
Not so loud about Does. I don't want the ladies to find out that this does all three kinds of wash.
Well, now, you listen here, Old Wash Day Habit. Just try and stop me from telling. Why, does everything, from greasy work shirts, grimy towels, to pretty rayon slips.
Hey, quiet you. If the ladies discover does all that, I'm done for.
That's right. They'll toss you right out once they discover how much safer Does is for their rayons and colored washables. It's far safer for those nice colors than any of the four other leading granulated soaps. Why, with Does, they'll stay pretty far longer. And you know, every lady wants clothes to last longer in wartime.
Ouch. Looks like I'm licked.
You bet you are, Old Man Wash Day Habit. Why, wait till the ladies see how clean Does gets those greasy black work shirts. And their towels. Say, no matter how extra grimy they are, Does will show the ladies just how really dazzling white they can be. Why, they've never seen whiter washes than new Does gives them.
Hey, soft pedal that stuff.
And Does it so easily. No soap made gets clothes white easier than Does.
Oh, have a heart. I've been telling the ladies that Does are just like all the other soap.
But you know it's not. Once they try Does, they'll see it's Procter & Gamble's new soap discovery.
Oh, that's bad news for me.
It certainly is, Mr. Wash Day Habit. Women by the millions are changing to new Does. So, ladies, ask for D-U-Z, Does. And next wash day, let Does do everything. And now, the Goldbergs. We've been watching a strange phenomenon at the Goldbergs. Just as sometimes a cloudy solution will suddenly settle to the bottom and leave clear water above, so the whole confusion of Sammy's attraction towards Emma may be on the way to clearing up. This sullen feeling which Sammy had, this monotonous, almost headachy attachment to the girl that Molly and David befriended, has led Sammy, and finally Sammy's friend, into all kinds of extravagances. The worst has been Mikey's pretense at loving Emma, which hurt Rosie Goldberg. And now some plan has been arrived at. It all hinges on Emma leaving, on clearing the air, giving everyone a chance to breathe. And tonight, the maneuvering is going on. Listen.
Well, if we are going to the movies, let's get it together and go.
You're not going, Sammy.
Yeah, I know, Uncle David, I know.
Molly? I'm ready, Jake. I'm ready. Rosalie.
Rosie must be here if you're going to talk to her. Emma mustn't go neither if you're going to talk to her.
All right, Uncle David.
Emma!
Emma's sitting in the car already.
I'll be ready to finish in the city.
Sammy, you had the whole day long, and you didn't tell Emma you had to see her to speak to her.
I didn't have the chance, Uncle David.
Get my coat, Rosalie. I will.
Go out and tell Emma to come in. If it was decided that you are telling her to leave, no postponement.
All right, Uncle David.
Emma's going to the movies, Sammy.
I'll speak to her when she gets back.
Well, who's going to tell Rosie not to go?
You tell Rosie, Mikey.
Who's so on Panama?
The Panama is hanging these days. My coat, Rosalie, dear. I'm getting it. Has anyone seen my on his coat down here?
Rosie, I don't want you to go.
But I am going.
There's something I have to speak to you about.
Don't go, Rosalie.
Don't go, Rosie.
Why, because Emma's going? I won't ask any questions, Mikey. Whatever I have to know, I know.
Rosie.
Rosalie.
I don't even know what's playing. I don't know what the future picture for. You get ready? Who is not going?
We are not going.
Who is we?
We is we. Sammy is we.
I'm not going either.
The Three Musketeers is not going.
Why?
Why must there be a why?
Come on. I'm coming. Should I bring back anything or give something, perhaps?
Where are we going?
I'm going, Jake, darling. I'm going. Tie my shoelace, Emily. Yes, dear, please.
Okay.
If you'll be up and we'll come back from the movies, if you think so, I'll bring back ice cream.
Who wants ice cream?
Perhaps somebody wants. Don't make nuts, Emily, darling.
Okay.
Don't make nuts. Here, my other foot.
Are you sure you didn't see the picture, Rose?
No, I didn't see it. You don't have to go, Rose, if you prefer to stay. No, my preference is to go, Mama, darling.
And my preference is to get started already.
I can't go with shoelaces detached.
Why don't you wear button shoes?
Button shoes. Button shoes. I should wear button shoes. Thank you, Emily, dear.
Well?
I'm coming. Rosalie, change your mind if you wish. Let's go, Ma. Rosalie, I only...
Don't maneuver, Molly. If it's Mikey's desire to be with Rosie, he can come with her and then finish.
Papa, darling.
Yes, Papa, darling. I don't like innuendos. Words and meanings that take long cuts and not the short cuts.
Please, Pa, Ma. Come.
Wait. Now, I have time. If we're on the subject, let's be verbal.
Pa.
It's all right, Sammy.
Mr. Goldberg.
Mikey, if I didn't consider you like a son...
Jake.
All right, Mikey. Sufficient unto the day. I said my say.
Go to the movies.
I'm going. I'm not in the least disturbed. Only I don't want the head of a sweet, innocent girl like Emma twisted by false hopes.
Come, Jake.
If you're in love with Emma, Mikey, declare yourself.
Jake.
Come, Ma, please.
Emma is like my own daughter to me. If it was my own son, I would speak the same. Come.
I'll bring vanilla. Who likes strawberry? I'll bring strawberry. If that's chocolate, I'll get mixed.
No? You see, Mikey, what you did?
All right, that's fine, Uncle Dave. That's what I want. Let him think I'm in love with Emma. And I want him to keep on thinking that way until you tell Emma to leave, Sammy.
I'm not going to speak to Emma. Not until I know that Rosie is convinced it's me and not you.
I don't want no arguments. No arguments. I want everything quietly. We'll wait for Emma to come back from the movies. We will wait for Rosie to come back from the movies. Once and for all. Everything will be as it was. I'll make tea. We'll have tea.
Not for me, Uncle David.
Why not?
I don't want any tea.
So I'll make coffee.
Oh, please.
Mikey?
No, Uncle David, please.
Cocoa. Why not?
Oh, no.
I don't want no arguments. Sit down, Sammy. Mikey, no? Here. Sit. What's the first step, I want to know?
There is no first step. I'm just asking you for a little time. I have to think this thing out.
All right. We decided, Sammy. You can't think if Emma is here on the premises.
All right.
So you'll tell her to go away for a little while so you can think without having her on the premises.
Mm-hmm. And you're telling Rosie before I open my mouth to Emma. You hear?
I hear.
No arguments.
Nobody is arguing.
It was decided, no? A decision was made. What's the talking?
Yeah, it was decided, all right. But don't forget what the decision was.
We know. Don't you forget.
Yeah, I won't forget, but you seem to have forgotten. We decided that I would ask Emma to leave for a while. Not forever, for a while. But there's nothing to look so victorious about. If it wasn't
I know. If it wasn't for Rosie, you wouldn't have agreed to me. In other words, you mean you think more of Rosie's happiness than Emma's. Well, what do you think that shows, Sammy? What do you think it proves?
Not what you think.
It means that no matter how much you say you're in love with Emma, you know darn well that's wrong. It's wrong as much as you think you do.
Listen.
Rosalie?
I did see your picture. It's an old picture.
Come here, Rosalie. Here, by me.
Sit down. Mikey wants to tell you something.
It's all right, Mikey.
I'm over it now. I like Emma, and...
Well, Mikey?
Are you going to marry her before you go away?
Maybe I'll marry her.
Just to save Mikey from me? That's too much even for a brother to do.
Rosie, that's what Mikey was doing for me.
I don't know what you're talking about, Sammy. Please, let's talk about something else.
Listen to me, Rosie. Uncle David is here, and he knows, so just listen to me.
Listen, Rosie.
Yes?
Rosie, it's me. Me and Emma.
Yes. Yes, Rosie.
Well, why did you hide it then?
Oh, don't start asking questions. I don't know.
All right. No argument.
Uncle David, please. Who's arguing?
I'm
All right, Uncle David. Leave him alone.
That's what I want you all to do. Leave me alone.
Sammy.
Don't go, Uncle David.
I'm not going into Sammy. I'm going to make Coco.
Does Sammy love Emma much?
You think I love you? Do you?
I knew you did, but I was afraid that...
Of what? What are you afraid of?
I was afraid that you couldn't help yourself. It was like watching you fall, and there was nothing I could do but let you go down. It frightened me.
You didn't think I loved Emily, did you?
No. No, I didn't, Mike. Not really, I didn't. I was just afraid.
What do you mean afraid of what?
That you would be afraid to ask me to forget about Emma.
I never even liked her, Rosie. I never even thought about her.
I don't care if you did, Mike.
But I didn't, I tell you. I wouldn't. I couldn't.
I know that I'm not attractive. I'm not like Emma.
Rosie, when you fall in love, you learn how to see.
Mike.
I can only see you, Rosie.
Mikey.
But Rosie, in all her innocence, and Mikey, in all his frankness, can't possibly imagine the dark depths that Sammy finds himself in. Telling Emma to leave, these are mere words. The action is going to be sharper and crueler than that. You know, I've discovered what seems to be the chief cause of your dishwashing troubles. It's those old-fashioned halfway soaps. Yes, if you've been using a bar soap, you're only getting a halfway job because it cheats you on speed. Or if you've been using a tough granulated soap, it falls short on kindness to your hands. Then I say it's time you met new Does, that amazing new kind of granulated soap. Does everything in your wash, and it has everything for dishes, too, from whirlwind speed to greater kindness to your hands. Notice how satin smooth your hands feel after doing dishes with Does. It's kinder to your hands than any of the 4 other leading granulated soaps. Yet no soap can beat Does for speedy dishwashing. It cuts even tough grease without hard scouring. Remember, you can tell by the suds how different Does is. Just try it today. It has everything for dishes. Be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs, written for you by Gertrude Berger. This is Clayton Collier wishing you good day for Procter & Gamble, makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all 3 kinds of wash.
Never mind that. Well, I guess it must have been my imagination. I'm kind of excited today anyway. Now, Rochester, when I come home tonight... Wait a minute. Rochester, do I hear someone playing the piano in my house?
Yeah, that was Joe.
Joe who?
Joe Figment.
Now, cut that out. Rochester, you're throwing a party.
Well, boss, I thought as long as you were out, I'd invite about 30 of my friends over. We're celebrating New Year's.
New Year's? That was 6 weeks ago.
I know. We're warming up the next one.
Well, look, Rochester, I don't like wild New Year's parties in my house, especially in February. So tell your friends to go home.
But, boss, you got the wrong impression about this party. All we had is 2 bottles of 7-Up.
2 bottles of 7-Up for 30 people? That's impossible.
Not when you thin it out with a case of 90 proof Central Avenue tomato.
tomato juice. Well, I'm not going to argue with you any longer. I'll see you when I get home.
Oh, Jack, before you hang up, find out if Butterfly's there, will you?
Okay. Oh, Rochester's Butterfly there with you?
Yeah, she's in the kitchen making sandwiches.
Well, Miss Livingston wants to talk to her.
I'll call her. Oh, Butterfly.
Yes, Mr. Rochester?
You want on the telephone, honey?
Oh, goody. I was expecting this call. Hello, Jerome.
Butterfly, this isn't Jerome.
Oh, who is it? Satchmo?
No, it isn't Satchmo. It's Mr. Benny. Miss Livingston wants to talk to you. Here you are, Mary.
Okay. Butterfly, this is Miss Livingston.
Hello, Miss Livingston.
Now, Butterfly, when you told me you were going over to Mr. Benny's house, I didn't know your Uncle Rochester was throwing a party there.
Neither did I. Isn't it a pleasant surprise?
Yes, very pleasant.
Oh, Miss Livingston, I hope you won't be mad at me, but I wanted to look nice, so I used your bottle of liquid stockings.
My bottle of liquid stockings?
Yes. How much do you have to drink before it goes to your legs?
Butterfly, you're not supposed to drink that. You're supposed to put it on with your hands.
Oh, I tried that.
And what happened?
I got a pair of gloves.
Well, Butterfly, the next time you want to borrow anything, ask for it, and I'll tell you how to use it.
Yes, ma'am.
And another thing, Butterfly, I think you're too young to go to your Uncle Rochester's party.
Oh, Miss Livingston, it's a very nice party. We were just sitting around listening to your program, but we had to stop.
Why?
Well, Uncle Roger radio, and all the tubes blew out.
Butterfly, I think you better go home, and I'll see you when I get there. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Mary, I'm glad you got off the phone because now I got a big surprise for all the boys.
Oh, are you going to give out that 36-hour pass?
Yes, at the end of the program, but right now I have another surprise. You know, fellas, last summer I was overseas entertaining the boys, and in our USO unit was one of the most outstanding artists that I've ever been associated with. I'm speaking of Larry Adler, the world's greatest harmonica player. And did they go for him? I'll never forget one night in Algiers. The boys were all gathered around in a circle. The moon was shining as the melodic strains of his harmonica floated out over the desert. finished his first number and the cheering died away, a hushed expectancy fell over the crowd. Remember, Larry?
Yes, Jack. And there in the desert night, under the same romantic moon, the whole audience moved in closer so they wouldn't miss a note of the haunting strains of...
Remember that, Larry?
I'll never forget it, Jack. Your playing was absolutely wonderful.
Oh, Larry, it was nothing.
Oh, then you know.
Yeah, but Larry, we sure had a wonderful time on that trip, didn't we?
Yes, Jack. Remember the day we went to the bazaar in Cairo and you bought a camel?
A camel. I'll never... Gee, I can just see it now. The bazaar in Cairo. Cairo, Egypt, where East meets West. Where an ancient civilization mingles with the 20th century. Cairo, the bazaar. Well, here we are, Larry. Larry, here we are in a real Egyptian bazaar. Did you ever think we'd see anything like this?
Gee, this is even better than the Leia room at the Mission Inn.
Yeah, I hope I can buy some nice souvenirs here.
Well, remember one thing, Jack. You've got to bargain with these people. Don't accept their first price.
I see.
You must try and get everything as cheap as possible.
As cheap as possible? Don't let me forget that, will you, Larry? Oh, here comes the clerk.
Now, remember, Jack, bargain with him. Don't let him stick you.
I won't.
السلام عليكم خواجات مرحب سعيد تفضلوا في الدكان.
That's too much. What do you think we are, sucker? What do you think we are, suckers? None of that stuff.
But, Jack, look, he was just bidding you welcome.
Oh. Well, look, Larry, I want to buy something for Mary. Maybe a bracelet in gold filigree that'll cost about 30 piastres, you know?
Jack, 30 piastres is $1.60. $1.60? Oh, well, it's for Mary. How often do I come to Egypt? Go ahead, Larry. You speak a little Arabic. Ask him if I can have the gold bracelet for $1.60. Okay. عندك أسرة ذهب؟
كام؟
40 ساعة.
انتوا مجانين؟ احنا مش حرامية. اطلعوا برا.
What did he say, Larry?
He wishes he was on your draft board.
Well, let me handle this, Larry. I'll talk to him. I can. Now, look, mister. Me like 'em, buy 'em, gift 'em. If not cost 'em, too much. Savvy?
Oh, how interesting. An American Indian, I presume.
I'm not an Indian. I got red in the face waiting for the Riverside bus. Now, look, mister, as long as you understand English, what can I buy here that's a little souvenir of Egypt?
Gentlemen, I sell everything from a postcard to a camel.
A camel? Say, that's an idea with a gas sword. Gee, what a surprise when it arrives in Hollywood. Okay, mister, I'll buy a camel.
Very good, sir. Will you take one hump or two?
Oh, is there a difference?
Oh, certainly, sir. A one-hump camel can go 7 days without a drink, and a two-hump camel can go 21 days.
Oh, really? Well, what does he keep in his second hump?
Pepsi Cola.
Oh, I see. Well, okay, mister, I'll take the two-hump camel and a bottle opener. Yes, sir.
The camel is yours. Where shall I deliver it?
At Shepherd's Hotel here in Cairo. I'll pick it up in the morning. Oh, wait a minute. Is there a charge for delivery?
Oh, no, sir.
Well, then send it to 360 North Camden Drive, Beverly Hills, California. Come on, Larry, let's go. Gosh, what a wonderful street this is. Larry, listen to that. That's real native music. Just the kind you were so anxious to hear. Well, what do you know? An Arab from Dallas.
anything more delicious than a bowl full of crisp, malty-rich grape nuts.
Say, Don, that reminds me. Do you know what I got Jack for his birthday? Now, it's something crisp. Can you guess?
Ah, Phil, you're so obvious. Friends, grape nuts are truly distinctive with a wonderful sweet-as-a-nut flavor.
Don, my present for Jack has a sweet-as-a-nut flavor. Now, can you guess?
Oh, Phil, be yourself. Let it go. And, friends, grape nuts are a mighty thrifty buy. That big little 12-ounce package brings you up to 16 servings for only about a penny a serving. Grape nuts are plentiful and unrationed.
Don, my present for Jack is unrationed. Now can you guess?
Oh, brother, are you corny? Oh. And, friends, grape nuts are chock full of whole grain nourishment. One kind of nourishment nutrition experts say we need every day.
Oh, gee. Whole grain nourishment? Well, I can't say that about my present.
What do you mean? You can always say that about grape nuts.
Grape nuts? Oh, I didn't get grape nuts for Jack.
What? Well, what have you been talking about all this time?
I've been talking about a box of peanut brittle, Don, see?
Oh, Phil, who ever heard of peanut brittle with milk and sugar for breakfast? You better go out and get Jack some grape nuts.
And now, fellas, I'm going to keep my promise and give one of you a 36-hour pass. I'm going to pick the lucky number out of this box. Now, this is no kidding, really. I got from it. Here it is. Get your serial numbers here, fellas. Yeah. It's number 041650. 041650. Will the soldier with that number please stand up and take a bow? Come up on the stage right after the show, and you'll get your pass for 36 hours. Come on up, buddy. Here he is.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No, really and truly?
You bet. When you buy the big new economy package of hot grape nut wheatmeal, you get more cereal for your money. Compare and see. A bargain in quantity and quality, too. Get hot grape nut wheatmeal in the big new money-saving package that says economy and really means it.
This broadcast from March Field does not constitute an endorsement of our products by the War Department. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. You know how we talk about a man being a swell provider, don't you? Meaning he's the guy that produces the goods and how. Well, tonight I'd like to talk about two swell providers for your breakfast table. They're Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes. Boy, do they produce the goods. First, with that grand, go-right-to-your-heart flavor, the malty rich flavor of sun-ripened wheat and malted barley. Grape Nuts, crisp and crunchy. Grape Nuts Flakes, delicate, toasty brown flakes. Oh, boy. Why, when you sit down to a breakfast with one of these two cheerful, tempting treats, right away, you feel all's right with the world. And you'll continue feeling that way all morning long. You see, nutritionists tell us the adequate breakfast should include a cereal with whole grain food values. And there you are. Both Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes are cram full of whole grain nourishment, including iron, niacin, and vitamin B1. Yes, for delicious goodness plus grand nourishment, get those swell providers, Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes. Ladies and gentlemen, as our show opens today, we move the clock back a few hours and take you to Jack Benny's house, where Jack is entertaining his friend, Groucho Marx, and Rochester is busy cleaning up the library.
My heart tells me this is just a... My, this library sure is dusty. Must be 50 shelves in here. I wish Mr. Benny would get books for him. This room certainly looks empty. Just a pair of bookends holding up a Social Security card. tells me this is just a fling. Yet you say our love means everything. Do you mean what you are saying? Hello, Mr. Benny's residence. Oh, hello, Sam. What's the good word? I can't get off today. And even if I could, I wouldn't participate. I made a New Year's resolution not to play dice anymore. I can't show you the resolution. I lost it in a crap game. Anyway, Sam, I'm too busy. We have company. I don't know. Some grouch by the name of Marx. Oh, Rochester. I'll be with you in a second, boss. I gotta say goodbye now, Sam. See you Wednesday. Oh, well, I'll see you Friday. The game ought to be over by then. So long.
Rochester, we're out in the patio.
Coming!
Boy, that was a tough game, wasn't it, Groucho?
Yeah. I never thought you'd beat me. Groucho, would you like to start another game, or do you want to rest first? I don't need any rest, so only this time you set up the checkerboard. Okay. Of course, I could get Rochester to set it up. No, that way we wouldn't get any exercise at all. That's right.
Did you call, boss?
Rochester, Mr. Marx and I just finished our game. We'd like a drink. I want a Coke. What would you like, Groucho?
Right now, I'd like Hetty Lamar, but my sponsor wants me to say Blue Ribbon Beer.
Oh, well.
I'll have a man-to-man talk with my sponsor. I'll talk to him about the birds and the beers and the...
Groucho, please.
You're sorry you didn't think of that line, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, that makes two of us that are sorry.
Come on, Groucho, let's play. Which checkers do you want this time, the blacks or the reds?
Doesn't make any difference, Jack. I'm colorblind.
Colorblind?
Sure. The minute I came in, I gave my coat to you and shook hands with Rochester.
That was me. I spent last week in Palm Springs. I couldn't get a room, so I had to sleep out in the sun.
Well, that wouldn't be so tough if you combed your eyebrows down over your eyes instead of up over your scalp.
I never thought of that.
I didn't think of it either. I just read it here in the script. I read anything they're putting for me.
What? Yes, sir. Here's your Coke, Mr. Benny, and Mr. Marx, here's your bottle of beer.
Thank you, Rochester.
That'll be 15 cents.
Rochester, Mr. Marx happens to be my guest.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Marx. There's no charge for the beer.
Thanks. Hey, how about a bottle opener?
That'll be 15 cents.
Rochester.
Jack, I thought the ticket I bought at the front door covered everything.
It does, Groucho. Now, here's your drink.
Fine-looking beer. Glass of grape nuts with a head on it. I could say as much for you.
Groucho, stop clowning and let's get on with our game of checkers.
Okay, it's your move.
So it is. Let me see. I think I'll move this man. No, I think I'll move this one.
What have you got there, a butler or an outboard horse?
What? Oh, now let me see. Oh, yes, I think I'll move this checker.
Don't!
Huh?
Don't throw bouquets at me!
What?
It's a very subtle game.
Now, let's see. Maybe if I move this one.
Wait!
Huh?
Wait till the sun shines.
I wish Frank Sinatra was on my side.
Let me see. Maybe if I move this one. Yes, I think I will.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Don't you want to wait till you hear from the hit parade?
Now, Wait a minute. Oh, I know. I'm going to move this one.
My eyes tell me that is not the one. Unless you're playing just for fun.
What?
Do you know what you want to do?
Quiet, Rochester. I'm trying to concentrate.
This is the first time I've ever been to a checker recital.
Now, let's see.
I'd have been better off if I paid for the beer. Say, Jack, we each have 8 checkers left. How about doubling the bet?
Well... Oh, I don't know.
All right, let's leave it a nickel.
Yeah, if we make it any more, it takes all the fun out of the game. Oh, say, Groucho, look, before we play any more, I want to show you a trick. Watch me balance these 5 red checkers on my fingernails. Look.
Hey, that's a pretty good stunt.
Uh-oh, boss, here comes your crazy boarder, Mr. Billingsley.
Oh, yes. Hello, Mr. Billingsley.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Getting a manicure, I see.
No, I'm playing checkers with a friend of mine. This is Groucho Marx.
How do you do, Mr. Billingsley?
Now, don't tell me your name. Let me guess.
It's Groucho Marx.
I'll get it. Give me time.
Mr. Billingsley, it's Groucho Marx.
Marx, M-A-R-X, M-A-R-X.
Pleased to meet you. I'm, L-S-M-F-T. L-S-M-F-T.
Mr. Billingsley, if you don't mind, we're trying to play a game of checkers.
Oh, then I'll run along. Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye.
Oh, I haven't seen her in years.
Come on, Groucho, let's continue with the game, huh?
Say, Jack, what's that peculiar odor I smell around here?
Oh, that's my camel.
I think I'll get one for my house. I need an excuse, too.
Well, let's get on with our game. Gee, Groucho, isn't California wonderful? Here it is February, and we're sitting outdoors in our shirt sleeves, playing checkers.
You're right, Jack. It's a beautiful day, not a cloud in the sky.
Yeah. And say, isn't it... Groucho, isn't it funny how all of us radio comedians kid about the California weather?
Yes, and try to make people believe that the sun doesn't always shine here.
You said it. Go ahead, Groucho. It's your move.
Now, let me see. I'll move this one.
All right. Then I'll move here.
Just a moment, Jack. That's off the board.
Oh, then I'll move here. Go ahead, Groucho.
Now, let's see. I'll move this one.
Well, that makes me move this one.
That is a pretty clever move, Jack. Now, let's see.
Well, I'm afraid you're going to lose this game, Groucho.
Oh, I don't care, Jack. Just sitting here looking at you is sheer ecstasy.
Keep your mind on the game, Groucho.
Who moved last?
I did. Hey, wait a minute. Look what time it is. My goodness, I have to go over to the studio for my broadcast. Say, Groucho, do you want me to drive you home?
No, thanks. I'll just wait here and catch my house as it floats by.
Oh, yes. Yes, you do live upstream, don't you? Just above the dam.
Yes. Yes, we come down and spawn during the month of May.
See, I got to pick up Mary and take her to the studio. So, say, Groucho, why don't you come along and see my program?
All right, but don't forget, you're coming over to my program next week.
Okay, Groucho, it's a deal.
Okay, goodbye, Jack.
Boss, you better come in.
Why?
That California dust is coming down in buckets.
Oh, it is at that. Come on in, Groucho.
Oh, Butterfly. Butterfly.
Yes, Miss Livingston?
Mr. Benny's picking me up in a few minutes, and I don't know what dress to wear.
Well...
You think it'd be all right if I wore my green dress with my brown coat?
Oh, it's all right with me if it's all right with you.
Well, the only trouble is when I wear that green dress, everybody keeps looking at me.
You should worry, as long as you got it on.
I suppose so. Anyway, Mr. Benny always likes to see me nicely dressed at the broadcast. I wish he were here now.
Well, don't worry. Your green dress looks awfully pretty.
Well, I'm not worried about the dress now. I'm thinking about the shoes. I don't know whether he'd like me to wear high heels or low heels.
I think Mr. Benny is a low-heel type.
Butterfly, what do you mean?
I mean, he'd like you to look shorter than him.
Oh.
Now, take my boyfriend Jerome. He always wants me to wear high heels.
Why? Does he want you to look taller?
No, he likes to trip me.
Trip you? Well, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Oh, that must be Mr. Benny now. I better hurry along, Butterfly. See you when I get home from the broadcast.
All right. Goodbye, Miss Livingston. And I hope you'll be very funny on the program.
Well, thanks, Butterfly. I'm glad you're interested.
Oh, it's not that. But when you don't get laughs, I can't show my face on Central Avenue.
Well, I'll try my best. Goodbye.
Bye.
Mary, hurry up. We'll be late for the program.
I'm coming.
Hello, fellas. Hiya, gang. Here we are.
Hello, Jack.
Hiya, Mary.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
John, are we ready to start the show?
Well, Jack, the show's been on 10 minutes.
Oh, that's right. Is everybody here?
Yes.
Good, because I've got a big surprise. Now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight for our feature attraction, we're going to do one of our great mystery melodramas entitled, Who Put the Thumbtack on Mrs. Gilroy's Davenport? Or... Now, in this play... In this play, I will once again be that master super sleuth, Captain O'Benny. And Phil...
Oh, for heaven's sake, Jack. Every time we do one of these plays, you always want to be the captain.
Yeah, why don't you let somebody else be the captain?
All right, Phil, you can be the captain. I'll be the sergeant.
It's about time I got a decent part.
All right, you're the captain. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as the scene opens at police headquarters, the captain is found dead. Which immediately promotes...
Hey, wait a minute.
Is something wrong, Bud?
Well, I want to be the sergeant. You be the captain.
Well, if you insist, Phil, you're the sergeant. Now, Dennis, you're going to be my expert on fingerprints.
What's a fingerprint?
Look, kid, when you put your hand on a doorknob, pull the door open, and go inside, what do you leave on the doorknob?
My glove. It's too big for me.
I don't mean that.
Oh, I'll explain it to him, Jack. Look, Dennis, did you ever see Mr. Benny eating in a restaurant?
Yeah.
Well, a fingerprint is what he leaves on the table for the waitress.
Very funny. Who told you that, Joe?
A waitress.
I know. Phil, you and Dennis will be my assistants, and Don, you're going to be the murdered man.
The murdered man?
Yes. You don't mind, do you?
Oh, no, not at all. But tell me, Jack, do I get killed before breakfast or after?
Oh, Don, what's the difference?
What's the difference? Are you crazy?
Don.
Why, if I'm killed before breakfast, I won't have a chance to eat those toasty brown sweet as a nut grape nuts flakes.
I know, Don, but...
Let me die after breakfast, then I can act.
You can?
Yes, my motto is eat a good breakfast, do a better job.
Oh, I see. Well, all right, Don, we'll fix it that way. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this mystery melodrama will go on immediately after Don has his breakfast and Dennis sings his song. Go ahead, Dennis.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Benny, before I sing, there's something I'd like to ask you.
What is it, kid?
Did Mrs. George Bernard Shaw leave you anything?
No, Dennis. Go ahead and sing, will you?
In the heart of me, So deep in my heart, you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin. I tried so not to give in. I said to myself, this affair never will go so well. But why should I try to resist when, darling, I know so well I've got you under my skin. I'd sacrifice anything, come what might, for the sake of having you near, in spite of a warning voice that comes in the night and repeats in my ear. But you're an old little fool, you never can win. Use your mentality, wake up to reality. But each time I do, just the thought of you makes me stop before I begin. 'Cause I've got you under my skin. I've got you under my skin.
That was I've Got You Under My Skin, sung by Dennis Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our mystery melodrama entitled...
Say, Jack.
What?
Did you hear Fred Allen's program last week?
Well, I was driving along in my car listening to the radio just as Allen was coming on the air.
Oh, then you heard him.
No. Fortunately, I had a wreck in the nick of time. What happened on Allen's program?
Well, he was talking to Luella Parsons about the book she wrote.
Oh, the one about all the leading radio and screen personalities?
Yes, and Allen said if she tore out the pages about you, the book would sell for a higher price.
Oh. Well, Allen was just mad because his life story was so short. Born in Boston, died in vaudeville. Buried in radio. There. Anyway, Mary, that book Luella Parsons wrote is really swell. It's called The Gay Illiterate.
Hey, wait a minute, Jackson. Don't get personal.
Phil, I wasn't talking about you. I just mentioned the title of the book, The Gay Illiterate.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong in being gay.
Thank you, kid. Anyway, getting back to Allen, I could tell you more, but since this is Good Fellowship Week, I must admit that deep in my heart, I love Fred Allen. And now, folks...
Say, Jackson, that reminds me. You know, the magazine Billboard had a radio editor's poll, and they voted Fred Allen's program the funniest on the air.
Oh, they did, eh? Well, let me tell you...
Jack, this is Good Fellowship Week.
Oh, yes. Congratulations, Freddie. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our thrilling mystery melodrama entitled The Gilroy Murder Case, or He Must Have Been a Sword Swallower Because the Stabbing Was an Inside Job. That sounds like a Groucho Marx if I ever heard one, huh? The scene opens behind closed doors. The scene opens behind closed doors at police headquarters, where we find that rough, tough, hard-bitten super sleuth, Captain O'Benny. Curtain. Music.
Lay that pistol down, babe. Lay that pistol down.
Captain O'Benny.
Woo! I wish you wouldn't scare me, O'Harris. I'm alone here, you know. Now, what is it?
Well, Sergeant O'Day and me want to know if you have any more assignments for us.
More? What happened on that Langley murder case? I sent you two to investigate.
Oh, that we did, sir.
That's right, Captain. We went over there, but we found the man dead.
Good. What did you do?
We buried him and went home.
Fine bunch of assistants I've got. Now, listen, men. I'll take it. Hello, Police Captain O'Benny speaking.
Oh, Captain, this is Mrs. Gilroy.
Yes?
Come over to my house at once. My husband was murdered.
Murdered? When?
Now.
Now?
Yes, he ate a good breakfast, but I did a better job.
I see. Well, we'll be right over. Goodbye. All right, men, there's been a murder. Close the doors and don't let anybody out.
But, Captain, it didn't happen here.
Oh, that's right. Come on, fellas, let's go. The police car's outside. And we'll find the murder of Mrs. Gilroy's husband, or my name ain't Clearwater Clapsaddle O'Benny. This is the house, man. There she is now. We're the police. Are you the widow?
Yes. Oh, poor Donald. He was such a good husband. Oh, Donald, why did you leave me?
I know how you feel, Mrs. Gilroy.
And what an ordeal I'll have to go through. You see, Donald loved my voice, and I promised him I'd sing at his funeral tomorrow.
We're going to bury him today.
Quiet and cut out the dialect.
Oh.
I hope he hears me. Oh, my poor Donald.
You promised your husband you'd sing at his funeral?
Yes. Mersey dose and dozy dose and little lefty divey, a kissy divey too, wouldn't you? Oh, poor Donald.
I'm sorry, man.
Hey, Chief.
What?
I happen to know that yesterday Mrs. Gilroy took out $1 million insurance policy on her husband.
Uh-huh.
Then she went out and got herself a pistol permit. Then she bought a sharp knife, an axe, and a pound of arsenic.
That must have been Phil Harris's line.
Well, then what killed him?
Measles.
Oh, yes. X marks the spot.
Oh, my poor husband. He's gone. He left me with 7 children. 7 little children that I'll have to raise myself. Oh, why did he have to die and leave me to care for those poor little innocent darlings? Oh, why?
Wait a minute. Calm down. You haven't any children.
I know, but this is the week of the Academy Award, and I thought I'd make a stab at it.
Well, forget about it.
Come in. Say, I understand that a man was murdered here a couple of hours ago.
That's right. What do you know about it?
Nothing. I just want to read his room.
Well, I don't know.
I'm sorry, but his room's not for rent, honey.
Okay. Goodbye, honey.
Aha, my first suspect.
What are you talking about? I never saw that man before in my life.
Now, why did you call him honey and kiss him?
This is Good Fellowship Week.
Oh, yes, I keep forgetting. Well, I'm going to search this room. Now, listen, Mrs. Gilroy.
Hey, Chief!
What is it, O'Day?
Would you think a man is guilty if you saw him running around with a smoking gun in one hand, a blood-stained knife in the other, and he just kept screaming? I did it! I'm glad! I tell you, I'm glad I did it! I'm glad I did it!
Why, of course that man is guilty.
Well, if I see anyone like that, I'll arrest him.
That O'Day is a great detective. Now listen, Mrs. Gilroy. I'm going to search this room to find the murder of your husband. I'll look in this closet first. Ah, here's a gun. Put it in your handkerchief, O'Harris.
In my handkerchief?
Yes, then you won't erase the fingerprint.
Okay.
Now let's... O'Harris, what happened?
I shouldn't have blown my nose with it.
That's all right. You look better that way. Now, come on here, O'Harris. Let's go out in the backyard and look for more clues.
Yeah, it's too nice a day to be inside.
Yeah. Hey, look! A box! Face down on the grass.
Yeah, and he's wearing a checkered suit.
A checkered suit? Hey, that gives me a great idea. Can you play checkers, O'Harris?
Yes, Chief.
Then what are we waiting for?
Sure, we can use the buttons for checkers.
Okay. It's your move, O'Harris.
Now, let's see. Okay, I'll move this one.
Okay. I think I'll move this one.
All right, I'll jump you.
Doggone, it looks like you got me cornered this time. Well, let's see. I'll move this one here, and then
Mr. Wilson, you worked real hard in that Mr. Grammar, so I'm going to help you out now.
You're going to help me out?
Yes, sir. I'm going to do some announcing for you. Folks, you just don't know how good breakfast can be unless you've enjoyed that multi-rich, toasty brown flake cereal that's American favorite.
Now, just a second, Rochester. You left out something.
Oh, no, Mr. Wilson. Folks, if you've never tried this distinctive flake cereal with the sweet as a nut flavor, you just don't know.
Rochester, you left out something.
Oh, no, Mr. Wilson. Folks, you never tasted anything more delicious than that multi-rich goodness, and that wonderful whole grain nourishment is something you need every day.
But, Rochester, listen, and this is important. You've left out something.
What, Mr. Wilson? What did I leave out?
You left out the name. What's the name of this multi-rich, toasty brown flake cereal with the wonderful whole grain nourishment?
Huh? Why,
Well, Rochester, I haven't heard you mention it yet.
Mr. Wilson, when you say the multi-rich, whole grain flake cereal that's an American favorite, why, everybody just knows it's... Well, I gotta go now. I'll see you later, Mr. Wilson.
Rochester, it's grape nut flakes.
Well, what do you know? So long, folks.
Groucho, I'll see you on your program next week. Good night, everybody. Good night.
Aha and oh-ho, if you crave something good, get hot grape nut wheatmeal. Ladies, you should. Aha and oh-ho, if you want a real prize, then ask for the big new economy size. Yes, a bargain in quality and quantity, too, of the luscious hot cereal that tops in flavor, full-bodied texture, real whole wheat nourishment. That's hot grape nut wheatmeal in the big 30-ounce economy size package.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
First of all, I'd like to welcome you good people on behalf of our sponsor. We are one of the few remaining radio shows that's lucky enough to have a sponsor. So if you enjoy yourself during the next half hour, you could do us all a big favor if you would. And that is sometime this week, stop by your neighborhood RCA liquor dealer, pick up a 27-inch television set or a record player or something. Because we'd like to be working up here next year at the same time. I don't know whether you know it or not, but throughout the country, with the exception of Los Angeles, we have a new time this year. We're heard on Friday evening. Excuse me. And also, you know that Phil is out on his own for the first time. So what do you say we all get together and give a great big welcome to the man who discovered the South, Phil Harris.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I can't tell you how much it means to me to have me come out here all by myself, and you're all smiling and applauding and glad to see me. And I just want to tell you I love you for it because I need it. I've been with Jack Benny for 16 years, and there ain't no money connected with that job. What Jack does on Saturday night is take you in a dark room, gives you one pass towards the love and bloom, and you've had it, Clyde. Anything you can do to help me earn an honest living, I'll certainly appreciate. I got off to a bad start. When I married Alice, they told me she had money, but I'll be damned if I can find it. Looked everywhere. Maybe your brother's got it. I went with him 2 months. It's really tragic, you know. Hey, it's awful nice to see you guys, you service guys in the audience, and I just want you to know that you can come to my show anytime because, ladies and gentlemen, the servicemen are the finest audiences we have. And it's I have to tell you the truth, I'm partial to the Navy because I was in the Navy during the last war myself. That's right, partner. I fought the Battle of Catalina. You're laughing. We lost 8 lobster traps over there. Well, the officers didn't eat. They blamed us. You know, the water came up and took them away. But they had a very unique way of selecting their enlisted men when I went into the Navy according to what they'd done in private life. See, they were particular in those days. So I went in with a couple of buddies of mine, and one of them was a street cleaner, and they put him on a minesweeper. Yeah. And this other buddy of mine was a construction guy. He tore down stuff and carried it off, see? So they put him on a destroyer. How I ever wound up on a ferry boat, I'll never... You're going to be a good group tonight. Hey, did you hear the story about the guy walked to the barber shop, said, how many ahead of me? The barber says 3. The guy went out, he don't come back. Next day he comes in again, says the barber, how many ahead of me? The barber says 3. The guy walks out, he don't come back. Now the barber's going nuts, you know, he's up all day on his feet and the clink of them scissors and all, you know, the guy... Oh, that's the Chinese grip system, see? So the guy, he don't know, so the barber, you know, he finally gets all worked up every time the guy goes out, so he walks down to bootblack, the barber does, he says to bootblack, he says, look, every day a guy comes in, wants to know how many ahead, I tell him, he goes out, he don't come back. He says, if he does it tomorrow, follow him. I want to know. Next day, the guy came in, says to the barber, how many ahead of me? The barber says 3. The guy walks out. The bootblack follows him, comes back in about 20 minutes. The barber says, where'd he go? Where'd he go? The bootblack says, to your house. Wrong union. You know what happened? Here's about the drunk that fell out of the 12-story building. This guy's blind drunk. You know, he's away from home on a loose. And he falls out of this building. It's 12 stories high, and he's drunk, and he falls out, and boom, he hits the sidewalk, and there's a big crowd around. He gets up, brushed himself off. Fellow walks up, says, what happened? He says, damn fine, no, I just got here. Well, we're rolling now. Two drunks walking down a railroad track, both of them blind. They're walking down a railroad track, and one drunk looks at the other and says, man, this is the longest staircase I ever came down. The other one says, I don't mind that. It's these low banisters. They were on wine. You know, whatever little success, ladies and gentlemen, we've attained, I'd like to tell you, is due to United people listening to our program and also for our organization. We have, ladies and gentlemen, one of the finest working organizations I think that is possible to obtain. And I'm very thankful because in our business, 1 or 2 people can't do it. You must have a very fine functioning organization. And we're very, well, for instance, everyone you see sitting on that stand does an outstanding job on his or her particular instrument. See the things that I know that you don't. Next leader, he's okay. We're very proud of him, inasmuch as we have a genius on our hands, and I'm speaking the truth now. He has already had 2 of his own compositions played in the Hollywood Bowl. He has been nominated 6 times for motion pictures for the Academy Award. He was nominated last year for the beautiful conducting and arranging of all the wonderful music that you heard in the Hans Christian Andersen story, and just missed the Academy Award by a few votes. This year, he's just finished another big picture, and we're all keeping our fingers crossed. He's just did a picture called The French Line, and he is now doing the new, in the process of making the new Martin and Lewis picture, so this kid's going like a bear. This is Walter Sharp and Roy. That's all handwork, no sardines. You know, I'm very happy about the guys in the band. Most of these fellas have been around me for many, many years, ladies and gentlemen, because I started as an alleged musician. I was a drummer. They let us in the union. That's about all you can say for it. But I did have an opportunity of meeting a lot of wonderful guys and a lot of wonderful people, and we've held our friendship over these many years. Every fellow sitting up there has done something outstanding in our music business, and as much as most of them have been with, I'd say all of the big Dixieland bands and all of the important bands in the United States. They now have families, and they're out here and at other businesses, and they come with me today. But I have a couple of them I could introduce you and tell you the history of every boy that would be interesting, but we don't have the time. But there's a couple of them I'd like for you to meet. One of them you hear every night. Tonight he'll be on KNBH and does a wonderful job and is one of our outstanding orchestra leaders in the whole United States. Albino Ray, ladies and gentlemen. Another fellow we used to room together years ago. I'm not going to tell you how many, but he too has been very, very successful. He is known as a tradition in his particular line of business, in his particular type of music. His records, some records that he made 15, maybe 18 years ago, are collector's items. He's still making records, and he will go down in history as the greatest exponent of Dixieland jazz. Red Nichols, the Red Nichols. Bill Foreman, our announcer. I'll introduce him like he did. Now we get into, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to have you meet somebody. Without her, this program wouldn't be possible. I'm not going into a big eulogy. I'm just going to tell you I've been married to her for 12 years, and we have 2 beautiful children, and she's not only the most beautiful gal in the world, but this kid's got a lot of talent. Alice ladies dancer, isn't it? Wow, nuts about me. Here are the 2 little girls who play the part of Alice and Phyllis on our program. They, too, are 2 of the most competent little actresses we have in this business. One of them is at the present time over making a picture with Bing Crosby in White Christmas, and we're all pulling for her. Say hello to Janine Roos and Ann Whitfield, ladies and gentlemen. For me. You know, a barking dog never bites. Now we have guests. We have 3 guests, and I want you to be awfully nice to them because they're very important guys, and I am very thankful that they came over to work on my program. Because they, too, are well known as pictures, all of them, and they do a lot of important things in our field of acting. The first one has been with us before. It's awfully nice to have him back again. And I want you to be awfully nice to him. Say hello to Dick Elliott, ladies and gentlemen. Another fellow's been on our program, not this year, but several times last year. And we hope to have him back again a lot because we're always assured of a fine performance, Mr. Dick Ryan. Here's a fellow that's been a friend of mine for many, many years. We used to shoot cups together up out of Bakersfield, and we used to have a lot of fun. And it's awfully nice to be able to renew old acquaintances. He's one of our outstanding actors, ladies and gentlemen, in Hollywood for quite a number of years. Mr. Douglas Gumbreth. I don't know about that coat. He ain't going to shoot no ducks in here. He can wear anything, this cat. He comes on. Now, I want you to meet the little fellow that steals our show every week, and we're happy because he's got a lot of talent. He plays the part of Julius Abruzio, the grocery boy, Walter Tetley. And the one and only Elliot Lewis. Thanks, ladies and gentlemen, for coming to see us. Mainly, thanks for being so nice. And I certainly hope you enjoy the program. And what I'm trying to say is, for God's sake, relax.
But soft, what light through yonder window breaks? 'Tis the east, and Juliet is the sun. Oh, Harris, you ought to be pitching for the Yankees. You've got so much on the ball.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Enjoyment here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, transcribed, written by Ed James and Lou Derman, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, John Hubbard, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharpner's music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Tonight we bring you a bright little gem entitled The Traffic Problem in Los Angeles, or Dante's Inferno. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. When the average husband refers to his better half, he means his wife, but not Phil Harris. To Phil, his better half is his left profile. Or is it his right? Well, anyway, here he comes with both profiles shining and a full set of teeth to match.
Two loves have I, it's a perfect parlay. My wife's a doll, but I love RCA. Oh, hiya, honey. What are you looking at?
Oh, Phil, the prints of our new pictures just arrived.
Oh, they did, huh? Well, let's mail them out, and let's not keep all that beauty to ourselves.
Hey, they look pretty good, don't they?
Let me see them. Gosh, you look wonderful, Alice. Just wonderful.
Thank you, kind sir, she said.
Well, I don't know about me. Somehow, pictures don't do me justice.
Why, Phil.
No, honey, I mean it. Now, look at this one. Look. He's got that boyish twinkle in my eyes, but, well, he didn't capture my lovable, devil-may-care smile.
You mean your wolfish leer?
No, I mean the magnetic charm that makes me irresistible to all females between 16 and 60.
Is that their age or their IQ?
Now, take it easy, will you, Brenda? You married me, didn't you? Don't that show that I attract the brainy type?
Duh.
What'd you say, Bob?
Hey, do that again, Alice, will you? That reminds me of a dame I used to go with in Nashville.
Oh, you're kidding.
No, honey. No, I'm not. You should have seen her. Red hair, blue eyes, and skin like a 10-year-old.
How old was she?
10 years old. Of course, I was only 11 at the time. In them days, I was known as Marshmallow Harris. Toast to the campfire girls. Them was the days.
Say, Phil.
Yeah.
Speaking of girls, which you somehow always manage, what do you suppose happened to ours? They should have been home from school an hour ago.
Maybe they got too smart and the teacher's keeping them in to give them some more stupid pills. It happens. Phyllis told me. She said she would have had straight A's last month if it wasn't for them stupid pills.
Oh, I don't know. Those girls tell you anything and you believe it.
Honey, wait a minute. Phyllis got a D in English, didn't she? And you know no daughter of mine ain't getting no D in English if they ain't giving her no stupid.
Phil, what's a coquette?
A what?
A coquette.
It's a small Coke. What?
Just testing.
Alice, I happen to know this English language like a native. So go ahead. Test me again. Ask me anything.
All right. What's a silhouette?
It's a small salute. Thought I didn't know, huh?
And a baguette?
A baguette? Well, that'd be, a baguette's a small girl. You know, honey, they didn't hand out none of them stupid pills when I went to school.
They handed out something.
Hi, everybody. We're home.
Well, it's about time you kids got here. Where you been?
Girls, you know I worry every time you don't come straight home from school.
But we did, Mom. You just can't get across Ventura Boulevard, that's all.
Well, why don't you cross with the light?
There isn't any light at White Oaks. And every time you try to cross, the cars begin chasing you. But we fool them. We keep running back and forth.
Atta girl. That's the way to do it. Don't give them a chance to aim. Just... Don't they have a crosswalk at White Oak?
Well, it's all rubbed out.
How about the safety zone?
Honey, them things are pickup stations for the Blue Cross. About the only way to get on the other side of Ventura Boulevard is to be born there.
Done about it.
Well, what happened to that petition that Willie got up for a light at White Oak? Didn't everybody sign it?
Well, the city said the funds were all gone.
Oh, fine. Funds. A big city like this, and they can't shell out for one puny light.
I know somebody can fix it. Sniffy.
Sniffy?
She thinks he's so wonderful. He's a district attorney, isn't he? Some district attorney.
All right, wait a minute. Sniffy is the district attorney? How could a 15-year-old kid be
Well, look, honey, it's Boys Week, and Sniffy's father appointed him honorary district attorney.
Oh, well. If he's anything like his father, he'll be a big help.
My boyfriend is the assistant fire chief. Some boyfriend. And he can get a light faster than any old district attorney, I bet you. He cannot.
All right, kids.
What good's an old district attorney? He
Alice.
isn't old any
Look,
better than any
Alice.
old fire chief. He isn't
Alice.
either. He
Look,
certainly
will
is.
you cut it,
He
kids?
is, too.
Alice, will you cut it? Phyllis, will you stop that? Stop it.
Pardon me, is this the contented hour?
Oh, hello, Elliot. Come on in.
Hi, Uncle Elliot. Hi.
What's up? I could hear you clear down the driveway.
Uncle Elliot, isn't a district attorney better than a fire chief? Assistant fire chief.
All right, girls, all
That's
right.
even worse. It isn't either.
Okay, that does it. Upstairs, the both of you.
But, Dad.
You heard your father. Upstairs.
But, Mom.
Not another word.
Gee whiz. You and your district attorney think he's so wonderful. He's better than your old fire chief. He isn't either. He is too. He isn't. He is too. Isn't.
Good thing I had the bottle glued on that table.
What are they doing? Trying out for What's My Line?
Elliot, Alice and I have something we'd like to discuss.
Go ahead. I won't say anything. I'll just listen.
Wait a minute, honey. Wait a minute. Elliot.
Hmm?
You know, sometimes a married couple likes to be alone.
They do?
How would you like it if you were married to Alice and I was around all the time?
Let's try it that way for a while.
All right.
No, Elliot, we do have a problem. There's no traffic light at White Oak, and Alice and Phyllis have a terrible time getting across the street.
Why do they have to cross the street?
To get on the other side.
Oh, Curly. Joe Miller would be proud of you.
It ain't a joke.
He thought it was.
Elliot, the school's on the other side.
Nah, that's ridiculous. Who ever heard of a chicken going to school?
What chicken?
The one that crossed the street to get to the other side.
Alice, can I see you out in the garage?
What's going on out in the garage?
Elliot, now look, honey, this is a very serious problem.
Okay, let's all go out in the garage.
It's got nothing to do with the garage. Alice and Phyllis can't cross the street because there isn't any traffic light.
Why don't they use the crosswalk?
Because there isn't any crosswalk.
Okay, let's paint one.
Now, look, Elliot, listen to me.
Bill, wait a minute.
You don't have to say a word to me, honey. I promised you, and I'm not getting mixed up in any more of his crazy ideas. You
But
don't
it's
have
a good idea. I like
rocket ship to the moon, uranium and... You what?
I think Elliot's idea is very good.
Oh, honey, you better get some sleep. Lie down right over here. Now, take it easy. Just rest a minute.
stop it, Phil. There's nothing wrong with me, and there's nothing wrong with Elliot's idea.
But every other time Elliot's had an idea,
You've gotten into trouble, I know. But how can you possibly get into trouble painting a few white lines?
She's right, Curly.
I don't know.
It doesn't take any brains. A 3-year-old child can paint a white line.
You see, Curly, it's right down our alley. All we need is some paint and a couple of brushes.
I got a feeling that something's going to happen. But let's go paint some lines.
Boy, look at them cars. There must be a million of them.
Look at them later, will you? We got to get these lines painted.
Okay, Mr. Rembrandt. Where we start?
Right at the corner. Now, you start on this side, and I'll go across the street, and we'll both work toward the middle. Got it?
Got it. And Curly? Look out!
That guy almost killed me.
Did you see him snarl when he missed?
Yeah. Look, Elliot.
Huh?
I'll start over here, and you go across the street.
Okay. And Curly?
Look out!
Curly, why don't we just paint lines on this side?
Elliot, why do you ask so many stupid questions?
That's stupid?
Sure it's stupid. We're supposed to paint a crosswalk all the way across. If we only put lines on one side of the street, it's no good. We'll have all this paint left over.
Well, we could paint a couple of lines down the middle. A straight one for men drivers and a zigzag one for lady drivers.
We're going to paint a crosswalk.
Okay, let's start painting.
All right, now, move over there about 10 feet, and then we'll paint across together.
Right. You just give me the notice.
All right. On your mark, get set, go! Elliot.
Yes, Curly?
Let's talk this thing over.
Okay.
If we can't get out into the road, we can't paint the lines, can we?
That seems like a reasonable supposition.
And every time we step off the curb, we get chased by a car. Right?
Dead right.
That's what I'm afraid of. Now, there's only one sensible way to do this. One of us has to paint, and one of us has to act as a decoy.
A decoy?
Yeah.
What's a decoy?
A decoy? Well, it's like, look, one of us stands in the middle of the road, and the cars all aim at him. So they don't notice the other guy, who is quietly painting.
You mean the guy that's out there ducking cars? That's a decoy.
Yeah. One of us.
You wouldn't have any ideas about which one of us.
Good luck, Elliot.
So long, Curly. Just remember, I'm doing this for your wife and kids. Your wife and kids. Missed again. Get much painting done, Curly?
Well, if it ain't Crazy Legs Hirsch.
Give that old bakeroo, didn't I?
Yeah, man, you were spinning in and out.
How's the painting coming along?
Are you kidding? I didn't even get the brush wet.
Fine. I'm getting chased all over the boulevard, and you go to sleep on the job.
Are you kidding? You weren't gone 2 seconds.
In 2 seconds, how could I get 10 years older?
Oh, now, look, let's try it again, and try to stay out there a little longer.
Wait a minute. Wait, Curly. Just hold it.
Now what's the matter?
I got a better idea. People get killed even in crosswalks, don't they?
Sure, but it ain't considered cricket.
Cricket, schmicket. They get knocked for a loop. You know what we do?
What?
We dig a tunnel.
Elliot.
It's a very practical idea.
I don't know
Look,
about...
Curly, do they have crosswalks over the Hudson River?
No.
Do they have tunnels under the Hudson River?
Well, sure.
Then why ain't it a good idea?
I ain't said it wasn't. I just don't think that Alice is going to like it, that's all.
She liked the crosswalk, didn't she? And this is better, believe me.
Well, I don't know. Elliot, where are you going?
You stay right there, Curly. I got to borrow a pick and shovel.
How you doing, Elliot?
Hey, I'm not kidding, Curly. This is tough work. I'm getting a blister.
Ah, what are you worried about? Another couple of 100 feet and you'll be all through. Go ahead, Roy. Keep digging. Let me hear it up here. Dig it out.
All right. Hey, Curly.
Yeah?
There's another flock of wires down here.
What kind?
Same as last time. Bell telephone.
Pull them out.
All of them?
Sure. What do we want with telephone wires? Now, if there was electric wires leading to an RCA Victor television set with a 27-inch screen, that'd be different.
You mean RCA Victor television sets work good in tunnels?
Good. They even work in a cave. Peter the Hermit's got one in every room. Nothing.
But these are telephone wires, so I chop them out, right?
Right.
Okay. Chop, chop.
Attaboy, Elliot, you're doing fine.
Well, and how are you this fine evening?
Oh, hello, officer. Beautiful night, isn't it?
You and your friend lost something?
Oh, no. We're just digging a hole.
Hey, Curly, here's the wire.
Okay, toss it out.
Yep.
Attaboy. It's just some old telephone wires we chopped out, officer.
I see.
Hey, Curly, I got to rest for a minute. Oh, hello, officer.
Would you mind telling me exactly what you're doing?
Well, when we started, we were painting a crosswalk.
8 feet under the ground?
No. No, you see, my friend here explained to me that they didn't have any crosswalks over the Hudson River, but they had lots of tunnels. So we decided to dig one.
Oh, this is going to be a tunnel under the Hudson River. Is that it?
Oh, officer, they have tunnels like this all over the world. Like in Germany, under the Autobahn.
And you're digging a spare.
He's got a great sense of humor, Andy. No, officer, look. This kid's sharp as a biscuit. No, look, you don't understand, officer. You see, I've got 2 little girls, and they have to cross the road.
Like Joe Miller's chicken.
But there's no light here.
So we're digging a tunnel instead.
You're digging a tunnel under Ventura Boulevard?
You know a better way to get across?
We could build a bridge, but a tunnel's so much more practical.
Especially when it rains.
Yeah.
Well, you keep digging your tunnel, boys. I've got to make me call into the station.
Yeah, all right. So long, officer. It was nice talking to you.
Yeah, you come back any time.
Hey, he was a nice guy, wasn't he? Yeah, he got along.
Hello, Jim. This is Mike. Send the wagon. I've got a couple of doozies.
I'll only stay a few minutes.
All right, Mrs. Harris. You'll find your husband in cell 2. That's the bridal suite.
Thank you. The bridal suite?
Yes, ma'am. That has twin straitjackets.
Oh, Phil. You were supposed to paint 2 little lines.
Honey, it's all a mistake. We'll be out of here in no time.
Wait till I tell my congressman. Just wait.
What am I going to tell the girls? Their father's a jailbird?
Now, don't worry, Alice. I'll be out the first thing in the morning.
If they hadn't taken away the pick and shovel, we could have been out of here tonight.
Honey, I brought your pajamas and your toothbrush.
Oh, thanks, honey, but it's not that bad. This ain't a bad jail. It's nice and warm.
Well, I'd better go, Phil.
Can't you stay a few more minutes?
But the girls...
No sense going out in the cold when you could stay here in a nice, comfortable jail.
Phil, I ought to go home.
Honey, please.
I simply can't stay.
Baby, it's cold outside.
I've got to go away.
Baby, it's cold outside.
This evening has been
hoping that you drop
so
in.
very warm.
I'll hold your hands there just
My
like
mother will start to worry.
Beautiful, what's your
And
hurry?
Father will be pacing the floor.
Listen to the fireplace.
So
roar.
really, I'd better scurry.
Beautiful, please don't
Well, maybe
hurry.
just a half a drink more.
Put some records on while I
The
pull.
neighbors may think.
Baby, it's bad out there.
Say, what's in
No
this drink?
cabs to be had out there.
I wish I knew
Your
how
eyes are like
to
starlight
break
now.
the spell.
I'll take your hat, your hair looks
I ought to
swell.
say no,
Mind
sir.
if I move been
At
closer.
least I'm gonna say that I tried.
What's the sense of hurting my pride?
I really can't
Oh,
stay.
baby, don't hold out.
Oh, but it's cold outside. I simply must
Baby,
go.
it's cold outside.
The answer is
But
no.
baby, it's cold outside.
The welcome has
How
been
lucky that you
so
dropped in.
nice and warm.
Look out the window at
My
that
sister
storm.
will be
Gosh,
suspicious.
your lips look delicious.
My brother will be there at the door.
Waves along the tropical
My
shore.
maintenance mind is vicious.
Gosh, your lips are delicious.
Well, maybe just a cigarette more.
Never such a blizzard
I've
before.
gotta get
But
home.
baby, you'll freeze out there.
Say, lend me a
It's
coat.
up to your knees out there.
Oh, you've really been
I
grand.
thrill when
But
you
don't
touch
you
me.
see?
How can you do this thing to
There's
me?
bound to be talk tomorrow.
Think of my lifelong
At least
sorrow.
there will be plenty implied.
If you get pneumonia
I
and
really
die,
can't stay.
get over it, baby.
Oh, but it's
cold outside.
The court will rise.
Hey, Curly. I'm getting worried.
Oh, worried about what? We didn't do nothing. What's wrong with digging a tunnel?
Quiet over there.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
Municipal Court of the Los Angeles Judicial District, Division 32. The Honorable Robert Anderson presiding is now in session. Be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, this is Boys' Week, and so assisting me on the bench will be a representative elected to this office by the student body of the Encino High School. My colleague and associate, the Honorable Julius Abruzio.
Julius!
Help! Proceed, Judge Abruzio.
It's a pleasure, Your Honor. Bailiff,
Yes, Your Honor.
what's the first docket on the docket?
People versus Phil Harris and Elliot Lewis. Charge destroying public property.
I find them guilty and sentence them to life imprisonment.
Wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute.
Julius, it's us. Your friends.
Step down.
Judge Abruzio, may I confer with you for one moment?
Okay, Your Honor. Everybody hold it a second. My Honor's going to confer with his Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Judge Abruzio, before we sentence the defendants, don't you think it might be a good idea to hold the trial?
But, Judge, I know these guys. We'd be letting them off light if we executed the both of them.
I object on the grounds that he's irrelevant, immaterial, and inconstitutional.
According to the 21st Amendment.
The 21st Amendment. That repeals prohibition.
Yeah, wasn't that a beauty?
Quiet or I'll have you put in solitary. Your Honor, can I clip these jerks for contempt of court?
Why, by all means.
Oh, Julius, you wouldn't do a thing like that, would you?
Now look, you little fink.
$20 for contempt of court.
What?
And $20 for asking questions.
$40, please.
Pay the man, Curly.
You and your tunnels. Here.
Judge Abruzio, shall we proceed?
Do we have to?
Well, Julius, the courts of this country are designed to protect the innocent as well as to punish the wrongdoer. In our democracy, every man is deemed innocent until proven guilty.
Well, let's prove him guilty and get it over with. Who's the first witness?
The arresting officer, Your Honor.
Hiya, Mike.
Hello, Junior.
Oh, we're in great shape.
$20 for opening your yacht.
I object.
And $20 for objecting.
$40, please. Thank you.
Oh, don't mention it. Don't mention it.
Swear in the witness.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Proceed, Your Honor.
Mike, what were these criminals doing when you found them?
Digging a hole.
I object. It was a tunnel.
Now you did it. It opens by itself.
Wait till I get you outside, you little creep.
Elliot, will you stop it? Stop.
That'll be $50 more.
We must have moved to a higher court.
$70, please.
What are we doing? Buying the courthouse? Now what I say?
$100 for trying to bribe an officer.
Proceed, Judge Abruzio.
Mike, would you say that these murderers was under the influence?
We didn't say nothing.
We didn't even move.
Spoil sports.
Judge Abruzio, are you implying that these men have been known to indulge?
Indulge? They indulge till they bulge.
Mr. Harris.
Yes, Your Highness.
According to the complaint, you and this other gentleman...
Gentlemen, now I object.
$20, please.
That wasn't me. I didn't say nothing. That was Julia.
Oh, stop quibbling, for goodness sake.
Mr. Harris?
Yes, sir?
I recognize the spirit which prompted your action.
Recognize it, you can bottle it.
But we cannot have the people taking matters into their own hands. After all, what would we have if everyone decided to dig his own tunnel?
Live pedestrians.
He broke it.
I'm afraid the court can do nothing but find you both guilty as charged.
But, Your Honor...
Judge Abruzio will pass sentence.
Alcatraz, get ready. Mr. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Lewis?
You just wait, you little crumb.
I sentence you to 160 years of hard labor.
Julius, Your Honor, all we did was dig a hole.
Judge Abruzio, the penalty in a case of this type is generally a fine.
You mean I can't have them executed? Not even one of them?
I'm afraid not.
Gee whiz.
According to my calculations, we need another $210.
$210? For what?
I find them $210.
Now, wait a minute. That's $500 for digging one little hole?
Not exactly. It's $500 to install one traffic light at Ventura and White Oaks.
Taste this, Mick.
Oh.
This is Phil again. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen and boys and girls, we've tried to have a little fun with the traffic problem, and we hope we gave you a few laughs. But we'd also like to remind you that the holiday season is coming up, and that means a lot of added traffic on foot and in cars. So let's all try to take it a little easy, especially around the schools. When we're driving, let's watch those traffic lights and crosswalks, because they'll be there, so look for them. Let's all be careful and have a real happy holiday this year. Good night, everyone. Say good night to the people, honey.
Good night, everybody.
That's my girl.
Included in this program transcribed were Douglas Dumbrill, Dick Elliott, and Dick Ryan. The part of Julius was played by Walter Tetley. This has been an NBC Radio Network presentation.
And the blue of the night meet the goal of the day. Someone waits for. What does that make you stand out tonight? You to Philco Radio Time, produced and transcribed in Hollywood with John Scott Stoddard as orchestra, the Rhythmaires, and Bing's guest. Say, Bing, who is your guest tonight?
Oh, gee, I don't know for sure, Ken, but my brother Everett is out in the hall with a net.
Oh?
If I know Everett, he'll probably capture himself.
Usually. We have to have someone around here to talk to.
This is Mark, Casey. Somebody's bound to blow in. Maybe we make a little noise, might attract somebody. We got a great song here from the musical show Angel in the Wing. That's the review that features Hank Ladd and the Hartman. Song called The Big Brass Band from Brazil. Is the PA on good, Jim? Everybody climb in now. This is a very lively thing. The big brass band from Brazil, the big brass band from Brazil, a room for to see the law, that's the way they go. Three brothers down in Rio had a noisy family trio, three piccolos that sounded mighty shrill. But their papa called it music, so with his dough they planned the big brass band from Brazil. They soon sent to Cuba for some trumpets and a tuba. They figured that their relatives had skill. Papa's ears are stuffed with cotton, but he still thinks they're grand. The big brass band from Brazil. Oh, they practice all night long, but they've only learned one song. So they play that same old phrase 57 different ways. First and second cousins, and there's uncles by the dozens. They play as long as Papa pays the bills. And it's getting more expensive each time that they expand. The big brass band from Brazil. USA was luring, so old Papa set him touring Chicago and New York and Louisville. Because they don't play baseball in Brooklyn, they were banned. The big brass band from Brazil. Oh, they practice all night long, but they've only learned one song. So they play the same old phrase 57 different ways. Give the boys a hand. Big brass band from Brazil. That's the way they go.
Yes, very breezy stuff for the first week in March.
Yeah, Ken, we're coming in like a lion and we're going out with Patillo. Right now, who knows?
You know, Bing, whenever I hear that expression coming in like a lion, I can't help but compare it to the reception on Philco Radio.
Yeah, now, Ken, do you mean to say that twisting a lion's tail gets the same result as twisting a Philco's dial?
Oh, I mean that a lion's roar is powerful and rich and clear, just like the tone of a Philco.
Well, then why doesn't Philco raise lions instead of bothering with radios and phonographs?
Now, wait, that's a little radical, Bing.
I don't see why. To make radios, you have to have bolts and wire and solder and tubes and stuff. It's a big production. With lions, all you need is a couple of them. You're in business.
So, tonight I better stick to those new Philcos. But if it would help, I could roar like a lion about them.
Oh, no, you don't, Ken. You just go ahead and read your commercial. Try reading something.
Okay, Bing, I don't have to roar. Just let me whisper the news about Philco's sensational new plastic portables. And the good word is that they'll be arriving at your Philco dealer any day now. You can't miss them when they do, because their slick, streamlined plastic cases are real eye-catchers. A fashion flash in your choice of 4 different colors. You get real powerhouse Philco performance, too. And at an amazing new low cost for Philco quality in a portable radio. If you're always on the go, get the new battery-only model. Or if you can use a handy extra radio around the house, too, latch on to one of the three-way jobs that play on battery or plug into the house current, either AC or DC. Indoors or out, these new Philcos are cinched to be the smart set with the smart set. And tops for your money in portable radios from Philco, the leader.
Smart set with the smart set.
I recorded this song recently with the Andrews sisters. Haven't got the Andrews gals with us tonight, but we got the Rhythmaires. They walk along pretty good. Come on along, shooting the breeze. Don't let it trouble you. Come on and live a life of ease. After flying W. Sing like a cowboy, sing as you ride on the railroad train. Be like a cowboy, the life will let you forget your aim. Come on along and shoot the breeze. Don't let it trouble you. Come on and do just as you please. After flying W. Away you dirty blower, where are the suits? Get yourself a Jackson and a pair of boots. And a dirty shirt from under, and a tie. And yippee, hi. Come on along and shoot the breeze. Come on along. Don't let it trouble you. Come on along. Come on and live a life of ease. After flying W. Ooh, sing like a cowboy. Sing like you ride on the purple train. Ooh, be like a cowboy. The life will let you forget your age. Come on along. Come on and shoot the breeze. Come on along. Every trouble you, come on along. Come on and do just as you please. After buying W, you're going to a gallop, mister. Hang on for life. You got insurance for your son and wife. If your teeth are sore, forget it and don't you cry. Yippee, ki-yi-oh. Come on along and shoot the breeze. Let the trouble you, come on and do just as you please. After flying W, after flying W, the flying W. Let's see, there's a young lady here to see you. A guest, huh? Well, good. No, I don't know if she's a guest star exactly. She's Jack Benny's girlfriend, Gladys Zabisco. Oh, Gladys, how are you?
Fine, but boy, are you in trouble.
Trouble?
Yeah, Jack Benny's on his way over here, and I rushed over to warn you.
Well, what happened?
Well, Jack and I had a date after his rehearsal, and I was standing across the street from NBC when Jack showed up. He was in a very romantic mood. In fact, I've never seen Jack so romantic.
Gladys. Maybe it's the moon, maybe it's the stars, maybe it's the fragrance of the night. But I want to say something to you I've never said to any other girl.
What's that?
I'd like to buy you a drink.
I accept.
Well, let's go in here to Tom Brenneman's. They've got a lovely cocktail lounge.
Gee, say it is nice.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's Tom Brenneman over there. Hiya, Tom. Oh, hello, Jack. Oh. And hello, young lady. Oh, this is my girlfriend, Gladys Zabisco. Well, it's a real pleasure to know you, Miss Zabisco.
Well, thanks. But I wish you'd keep your hands to yourself.
Gladys, he's only trying to pin an orchid on you. Gladys and I thought we'd stop in for a little drink. Oh, fine. Well, if I may offer a suggestion, you know, Phil Harris comes in here a lot. He seems to like our champagne. Champagne? Mm-hmm. No, it tickles my nose. I'll just have some muscatel. Okay, but Phil always has champagne. Well, he's got two shows. Just muscatel. Will the lady have the same? No, bring the lady her own glass of muscatel.
Sweetie.
I'm sorry you wouldn't go for champagne, Jack. I wanted to buy you kids a drink.
Oh,
I said I wanted to buy you a drink. Well, why didn't you come right out and say so instead of setting a trap? Oh, come on, Jack. Have a drink on me. Waiter, forward J29, please. Jack, I have to run along. I'll take care of the business here. Enjoy yourself. Oh, thank you, pal. See, Gladys, isn't this romantic? Soft light, champagne.
But they have an office in the other room.
It's cozy here. But if you care for some music, there's a jukebox over here in the corner.
Oh, wonderful. How about playing something?
Okay, wait till I find a nickel. Let's see. Oh, here, I've got one. See, what have they got here? See, Bing Crosby. Yeah. The Andrews sisters. There are 3 of them. The 4 Mills brothers. The ink spot. I wonder how many spots. Oh, here's Fred Waring's Glee Club. There's a buy if I ever saw one. Gee, there must be 100 of them.
Don't you like Crosby?
What's to like? All right, it's your night. I'll play Crosby.
Well, what are you waiting for? Why don't you put your nickel in?
I was just wondering, Gladys, all those people sitting around, do they get to hear it too? Honestly, some people go through life listening to the other fellow's nickel.
How can you be so petty, Jack? You're a big star.
Oh, that's right. I guess I was only kidding. Hey, come on, everybody. I want you all to listen. Here goes.
Love is funny, or it's bad. What?
The record stopped. Maybe if I slap the key. See, now it stopped altogether. Maybe if I kick it a piece.
It's no use, Jack. It won't play.
But it's got to play. My nickel is in there. It's got to play. Maybe if I take it a little. Hey, Bud. Hey, you. What are you trying to do? Look, waiter, I put a nickel in this machine and the record wouldn't play. Well, I've got nothing to do with that machine. You'll have to see the owner, Mr. Brenneman. Mr. Brenneman? Oh, my friend Tom. Oh, yeah. Where's Tom? He just stepped out. Stepped out. He sneaked out. Look, Bud. In Toledo. Toledo? A fine scheme. You're only the waiter, the jukebox company's in Toledo, and Brenneman takes it on the lam. Well, I'm going to go to Crosby direct. I'll get after it. Let me out of it.
Anyway, Jane, that's what happened. And I got out while Jack was arguing with the waiter, and I thought I'd better warn you.
Well, you warned me just in time. Look who's coming. What's wrong, Jack? Looks like you lost your best friend. Bing, I just had an unfortunate experience. I mean, some people would have been furious. Well, what happened? Well, I'll save you a little time, Jack. I know exactly what happened. You put a nickel in to hear me sing, the record got struck, you lost your nickel, right? Just as I thought. You're in with that jukebox, Mom. Now, don't be silly, Jack. I know the story because your friend Gladys here. She told me all about it. Gladys, I don't need any help from you. It's my problem. I'm old enough to stand on my own 2 feet.
You're old enough to fall down.
Never mind. I'm not interested in what you told him. I want Bing to hear my side of the story. The true side. And I've got witnesses to prove it. Oh, Jack. What do you want to do, make a whole big case out of this? I'm not making a big case out of anything. I simply want to tell you very calmly what took place. Now, here's exactly what happened, Your Honor. I mean, Bing. Now, look, Bing. Through a mechanical fault in this music vending machine, I was obliged to forfeit a payment I had made in advance to hear you sing a song. Now, since I didn't get to hear that song, I feel that some kind of financial adjustment is in order. Well, frankly, Jack, I don't see why I should be obligated to compensate you for your loss. Mr. Crosby, do you not receive revenue from a certain mechanical device, patent number 3278496, commonly known as the jukebox?
Jack, I'm not affiliated with any jukebox company. The money I receive through this medium, I get indirectly.
Then give me my nickel back indirectly. Give it to Gladys, and she'll hand it to me.
I don't see what we're arguing about here, Jack. Why don't you forget about it?
Forget about it?
Yeah.
Look, Bing, let's reverse the situation. Supposing I had put a violin solo on a record, and that record was placed in a jukebox. You put a nickel in the jukebox. The record got stuck, and you didn't get to hear my violin solo. How would you feel? Well, let's take another example. Bing, think about your conscience.
My conscience?
Every time you see a nickel, you'll think of me.
Oh, that is inflation.
Bing, believe me, it isn't the money. It's the principle of the thing. Don't you see? Look, the sign on that machine said one song for 5 cents. Our country was founded on honest representation. It's the right of legitimate barter. It's the Louisiana Purchase. It's Paul Revere's right to Lexington. It's Dewey at Manila. It's the spirit of 76. So don't you see, Bing, I'm not just fighting. I'm not fighting for my nickel. I'm fighting for American tradition. I'm fighting for the Constitution. I'm fighting for George Washington at Valley Forge.
What, again?
I'm telling you, Bing, I'll never rest until this matter is cleared up.
Well, Jack, I've just been pretending to be stubborn. I've had a lot of furniture expense tonight, but you do have a legitimate beef. And I want to square.
Oh, thank you. I mean, Bing.
You put a nickel in the jukebox.
Right.
I was supposed to sing a song, you didn't hear it.
Right.
You didn't get your nickel back.
Right, see?
Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to sing that song for you.
Bing, you mean instead of giving me that nickel, you're going to stand here and sing a song?
Yes.
How can a guy be so cheap?
Love is funny, or it's sad, or it's quiet, or it's mad. It's a good thing, or it's bad, but beautiful, beautiful to take a chance. And if you fall, and I'm thinking I wouldn't mind at all. Love is cheerful, or it's gay. It's a problem, or it's play. It's a heartache either way, but beautiful. And I'm thinking, if you were mine, I'd never let you go. And that would be but beautiful. There's your song, Jack. That makes it even.
Yeah, I guess it does. Yep.
Mr. Brenneman. It's too late in the day for Tom. It's a little late for Too late in the day for Tom.
Canada, you know, his restaurant is across the street. It takes him quite a while to get there.
Open the door again.
Close it.
Hey, Jack.
Oh, Mr. Brenneman.
drink here is? Well, I stopped over to see Jack Bing. You know, the jukebox mechanic was there, and we got his nickel back. Here you are, Jack.
Oh, thank you. 1900. Yep.
If it's all the same to you, I'll be running along. Goodbye, Jack and Bing. I've got to run across the street and water some hats. Very good rest, Doc. Have a nap.
Well, what a lovely fellow. You know, I ought to send him a good neighbor orchid.
Jack, you've had a big day. You got your nickel back. You got a song.
Yeah, I did. Well, come on, Gladys. I'll walk you home.
To Glendale?
Oh, yes. We'll take the bus. Let's go.
Say, wait a minute, Jack. Just a minute.
Yes, please.
You know, a little while ago you were talking about fair play, justice, America.
Yes.
Well, when you got your nickel back, I no longer owed you the song.
Well,
You did willfully accept that song from me?
yes, but...
Mr. Benny, do you know how much I get for singing the song?
Can I get a glass of water, Jack?
Make it a bucket. I think I'll drown myself. Look, Daisy, there's only one way to handle it. You gave me a song, I'll give you back a song. Gladys, get me one of those violins.
What are you going to do with a violin?
I want to reciprocate.
You mean retaliate?
Here you are, Jack.
Thanks, Gladys. I'll do the best I can. Violin is a little different from the one I play. This one has 4 strings. I wonder what the other 3 or 4.
Oh, it's fair.
Oh. Oh. That's a second.
Thank you, Jack. That was very good.
Look, I haven't started the number yet. No.
Just grand. Thank you a lot.
Well, look, Bing, I'm just trying to pick out a number.
Well, these people have homes. Maybe they want to get to them.
Well, I think I know a good number I'll play. Humorette.
Oh, say, I may join in on that.
No, Bing, you see, there's no vocal.
No, I mean on the cymbal.
Oh, you play the cymbal?
Certainly. I used to play on a live bait boat off of Hermosa Beach.
I'm ready. Join me, but don't crowd me.
Just a bunch here.
No vocal.
Jack, you were never better.
Thank you. Now we're all even, Bing.
That's right. You know, this little act we did is look pretty good on television.
And those clothes?
Why not? Color?
Oh, it's funny that you mentioned television, Bing. You know, I was in a radio store the other day looking at the new Philco.
And what did you buy?
A package of Lucky Strike cigarettes. Well, Jack, you might go in a radio store and buy Lucky Strikes because you have great control. But I venture to say with everybody else, it's LSMFT, Let's See Mighty Fine Television. You stole that from us. No, I just bought it, Jack, because it fits Philco so well. Mighty fine television, mighty fine radio. Either way, it's Philco. And the big news in mighty fine television is that now you can get genuine Philco television for a sensational new low price. In fact, the lowest price ever for Philco television. Only $199.50, plus $1.35 federal tax and the installation cost. And man, that's really bringing the cost of television down. Right down where everybody can afford this great new kind of home entertainment. And make no mistake, despite its low cost, this new Philco cable model is a full-size, high-quality television receiver. Nothing skimped, nothing left out. And yet you can get it at the lowest possible price for which a quality television receiver can be built. Gives you brilliant pictures, so sharp, so clear, so real. Compare this new Philco 700 and let your eye be the judge. Get yours now and get set for the baseball season. Buy it for as little as 10% down at your Philco dealer.
Just grand. Thank you, Larry. That was the last number in the second series.
Hey, wait, Jack. This is my program, not yours.
Oh, pardon me. I'm so absent-minded.
Say, Mr. Crosby, who does that next week?
Well, next week, Gladys, we have a very jolly program with Jimmy Stewart.
Jimmy Stewart?
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy Stewart?
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy Stewart?
Cut that out. Does Jimmy Stewart buy you champagne?
Thanks very much. This program was produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. Tune in to Philco Radio Time next week and hear Bing Crosby, John Scott Stoddard, and the orchestra, the William Ayers, and Bing's guest, Jimmy Stewart. And keep your eye on your Philco dealer now for the newest thing in radio from Philco, the leader. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Time for Recollections. The National Broadcasting Company invites you to relax and reminisce with Recollections from the early days of radio. In this special series, we delve into the vast NBC library of sound to relive the memorable moments of radio's past, the stars who entertained you then, the special events that thrilled you. And to guide us through these priceless recollections, here is Ed Hurley.
Thank you, Fred Collins, and good evening, everyone. I'm sure you know it goes without saying that your letters are a very important guide for me in putting together these programs of recollections each week. Of course, there are literally hundreds of requests for specific programs and former radio stars that I've been unable to include as yet. We have 6 or 7 excerpts each week, so that leaves quite a backlog for many delightful recollections in the future. So keep listening to your favorites. Do you remember that one of the unique things about many of the earlier radio stars was that they usually had an identifying phrase along with their name? There was the golden voice of radio, Frank Munn, singing Sam, the silver-masked tenor, whispering Jack Smith, and then Arthur Tracy, who was known simply as the street singer. A Pawtucket, Rhode Island listener asked if we could recall his famous theme song. Here it is, Martha.
Of the wildwood, Martha, with your fragrance divine, Martha, when I look for your love light, I awake with a sigh, and I find you are gone. When the shadows fall and trees whisper the day is ending, my thoughts are ever wending home. When the crickets call, my heart is forever yearning once more to be returning home. When the hills conceal a setting sun, stars begin a-peeping one by one. Night covers all, and though fortune may forsake me, sweet dreams will ever take me home.
The romantic voice of the street singer, Arthur Tracy, from 1934. Mr. Tracy now lives out on Long Island in New York and is in the real estate business, for those of you who would like to know what's happened to him. I wonder how many recall a 1936 program called Neighbor Nell. It was a touching program of philosophy, poetry, and music, conducted by one of NBC's ace lady reporters, Nellie Rebel. I used to announce for her once in a while. Nellie had a fascinating career before the days of radio. She was fascinating herself. She was America's first woman press agent way back in 1897. She had traveled the country and the world as a pioneer journalist. Well, as Neighbor Nell, Nellie Rebel treated armchair listeners to intimate sketches and anecdotes filled with human interest and gleaned from her years as press agent and newspaper reporting.
Good morning, neighbors. Another day, another chance. I've never talked much about love. I always figured it was kind of like the weather. There isn't much we can do about it anyhow. But I'm in receipt of so many letters from people with different problems of love that I was impelled to touch on a subject that I perhaps don't know anything more about than they do. As my good friend, the late Will Rogers, God rest his soul, used to say, all I know is what I read in the papers. Mine are only observations, but I'll be glad to divide them with you. One of the letters received was from a woman in South Carolina who asked if I believe that people who have not led the straight and narrow life, or anyone who has been cruelly disillusioned, can ever fall in love again. Well, it's a fallacy to assume that love can only be felt by good people. No matter who loves whom, love is a beautiful thing. Of course, if it's dragged down to earth and sullied, well, it's what's done with it that's ugly. It's not love itself, for that is the most unselfish emotion known to human nature. There's no doubt, though, but that the anguish of disillusionment is one of the hardest things that a sensitive soul is called upon to endure. There is no pain, no anguish so bitter as to learn that someone you loved and with whom you had trusted your heart and your very soul is false. Or to learn that someone you still love and whom you know in your heart had once loved you was being alienated. That is torture. And to you who have had and lost love, just know that your life has been richer because of it. Love may and does come again. And when it comes again, all the tears of a former love are quickly forgotten in a new love. Some years ago, there was a popular song, I think Belle Baker used to sing it. It was called, Oh, How I Laugh When I Think How I Cried Over You. For the deadest thing in the world is a dead love. The fire is out, and you and I, like two fools, let it die. It started with a tiny spark. We thought that it was just a lark. And as the flame mounted higher, we threw more fuel upon the fire. And watching with expected eyes, the glowing flame spread and rise. I wonder why we did not strive to keep that lovely thing alive, instead of sitting idly by and watching it subside and die. For suddenly we realized, as we met each other's eyes, that we were cold, and without doubt our fire of love had all burned out, and there remained not even coals to warm our shivering, frightened souls. So let us not stay here and wait. We may as well clean out the grate For nothing is as dead and cold as fire has gone out or love grown cold.
Nellie Ravel, an example of her 1936 program called Neighbor Nell. Nellie, I understand, still lives in a small hotel very near Radio City, as she did back in her radio days. I hope she's listening and that she finds happiness in reminiscing with me. Our Parkville, Missouri listener writes, please may we hear some of Sigmund Romberg? Indeed you may. We have to go back 21 years, though, to the Swift studio party. And together with Deems Taylor and June Walker, we get whisked away to pre-war Vienna. Here is Sigmund Romberg himself.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight I am taking everybody on a musical trip to Vienna. The Vienna of pre-war days, when you heard music wherever you went, from noon till 5 o'clock in the morning. Everybody ready, Dean?
I think so, Ronnie. We're all ready here in the studio. And I hope that you, too, will come along with us to the city of wine, women, and song.
Oh, Mr. Taylor. Dean. Oh, just a minute, please.
June Walker seems to be with us. Yes, June?
This isn't a real trip, is it?
Certainly a real imaginary trip.
How can we do that?
Well, I'll tell you, June. Shut your eyes. That's right. Now, open your mouth. Now, keep it open.
Well, if I do that, I can't talk.
That was the idea. Now, just listen, children. You'll see how we take this trip. All ready, children? Well, we're here.
What is it?
The Prada. Vienna's big open-air amusement park.
Oh.
And this is the Folks Garden, where everybody drinks and listens to music.
Oh.
Listen, they're playing a famous Viennese tune, Vina Marvel. All right, June. Herr Ober.
Oh, bitte. Bitte, was wünschen Sie der Chefin?
2 Kaffeemelange.
Ja, ja.
Haben du Kuchen?
Oh, would the Fräulein like some Kuchen for dunking purposes?
Oh, I just adore you.
Tough. Well, it's too late now, June. Come on, we're going to the Rotunda.
Rotunda? What's that?
Oh, it's an enormous place where they have dances and meetings and things. Come on, hurry. It's almost midnight. Well, here we are now, June. Tonight's the grand annual ball of the Journalists of Vienna. And we're in luck, for the orchestra's playing something that spells Vienna to everybody in the world. Strauss Waltz. Wasn't Vienna wonderful, June?
Oh, yes, it was wonderful.
Yes, June Walker, Dean Taylor, and Sigmund Romberg. It was wonderful. Just as pleasant in 1957, though, as it was in 1936. Well, let's back up one more year. The date is December the 10th, 1935. The program is Edwin C. Hill with the human side of the news. Mr. Hill was commentating on the proposals to reduce naval arms. Please keep in mind that what he had to say in this broadcast was a full 6 years before the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. Edwin C. Hill.
Still another of those useless, troublemaking naval armament reduction conferences gets underway in London with prospects already darker than your cellar's midnight. Good old Uncle Sam, always hopeful, always patient in the face of European diplomatic skullduggery and double-dealing, tells Great Britain and Japan that he would like to welcome a 20% naval cut. John Bull shuts up like the clam of commerce because reduction at the present time, with Hitler building up a navy for Germany and Mussolini on the warpath, doesn't suit him at all. But Japan speaks out with an emphatic no, not only refusing to cut down armaments, but demanding full naval equality with the United States and Great Britain. And that the United States will never agree to, nor does Great Britain want a Japanese navy equal to her own mighty fleet. In such a situation, how is it possible for an agreement to be reached, especially at a time when the poor, weary dove of peace can scarcely find a spot to rest the soles of her feet? As an American, I admire the idealism and good faith of our government, but sometimes I do wish that our beloved Uncle Sam would stay at home and mind his own business. In these matters of so-called world diplomacy, the prized bunco game of the solar system, Uncle Sam is a tyro for the simple reason that he's on the level, means what he says. The point is that an old gentleman of good intentions and simple faith, who sincerely wants peace and means well to all the world, simply cannot keep up with the turnings and twistings and secret dealings of European governments who have their own special axes to grind. Someday we may get our fingers burned, mind our own business, speak softly, carry a big stick, and keep an eye on Japan as far as this side of the Pacific is concerned. Clyde Pangborn, famous flying man, testifies before a congressional committee that, in his opinion, America is threatened by only one enemy, and that enemy is Japan. He testifies that Japan has perfected man-operated aerial torpedoes in which the plane and the bomb are one, an instrument deadlier than any known weapon, certain to bring death to the operator. Yet thousands of Japanese, says Pangborn, have already volunteered for the honor of dying as pilots of these infernal weapons of infernal modern warfare.
A warning of Japan's intentions by the late Edwin C. Hill 6 years before Pearl Harbor. Though the war clouds were gathering in 1935, we still found much time for laughter. Remember how avidly we listened to the Jack Benny program in those days? On November the 3rd, 1935, Jack introduced Kenny Baker for the first time. It happened like this.
Say, Jack, you're a little late, aren't you?
Yes, Don. I stopped over at the barber's. Oh, hello, Johnny.
Hello, Jack. I didn't recognize you. You look clean tonight.
Well, I just came from the barber shop. Got a shave and a trim.
You got a pretty close haircut there, didn't you?
Yeah.
His head looks like an airport.
Mary, don't discourage our listening audience. I mean, after all, they've just seen me as a lover in my latest picture. It's in the air. And they think I look the same up here. So don't disillusion them.
I won't. What's disillusion, Jack?
Well, Mary, on the air, you see, your listeners can't see you. All they can do is visualize, you see?
Oh, I get it. What does visualize mean?
Well, Mary, look, visualize means that they draw a mental picture of the activity up here, which enables them to conjure up the kaleidoscopic procedure. What are you laughing at?
That's the funniest haircut I've ever seen.
Forget it, will you? Mary, answer the door.
Why don't he knock?
Every program is doing that now. Come in.
Hello.
I'd like to see Mr. Benny, please.
There he is, standing over there.
Thank you. I'm Kenny Baker.
Oh, Jack, what does Kenny Baker mean?
It's a man's name.
Oh. Come in.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Baker?
How do you do?
You know, I've been expecting you. You're the new singer, aren't you?
What was that?
I say, you're the new singer, aren't you?
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Baker,
Thank you.
No, wait a minute. Just relax. Don't be nervous. Tell me, what kind of a voice have you?
I'm a tenor singer. I'm sorry.
Well, don't worry about it. Just take it easy. Step right over here to the microphone.
Yes, sir.
Well, be careful there. You tripped over a chair.
I guess I'm a little nervous.
You have nothing to worry about. Now, I want you to meet the members of our little company. This is Johnny Green. Johnny, this is Kenny Baker.
Hello, Mr. Baker.
How do you do? I'm sure.
Nervous, I guess.
Same to you, no doubt.
And this is our announcer, Don Wilson.
How are you, Mr. Baker?
It's a thrill.
And well, he'll get over it, I guess. And this is Mary Livingston.
Hello, Toots.
Gee whiz.
Well, Kenny, how about giving us a little song? Now, I want you to feel right at home and be at ease. Remember, this is one big happy family, depending on options, of course. Now, what are you going to sing?
If you don't mind, I'll sing The Rose in Her Hair from the motion picture Broadway Gondolier.
I don't mind. Sing, Kenny.
Okay, Benny.
Kenny Baker's first appearance on Jack Benny's program in November of 1935. Next, an excerpt that should be of very special interest for old-timers in Chicago, and especially at our NBC station out there, WMAQ. On March the 1st, in 1936, Jesse Crawford inaugurated the new pipe organ that had been installed in a specially constructed studio.
The Port of the Organ tonight is playing a program dedicating the great new organ in NBC Chicago studios. At the new white console under the modern touch of frosted ceiling lights, Jesse Crawford continues his premiere with two present-day song hits. Under his characteristic touch, the new organ puts fresh harmony in two of the season's loveliest songs, A Beautiful Lady in Blue and Moon Over Miami.
Jesse Crawford's first concert on the new pipe organ that had been installed in the Chicago studios of WMAQ of the National Broadcasting Company in 1936. Well, I wish we'd had a little more time tonight, but our half hour is nearly gone. You know, each week when we gather to recollect these early days of radio, we have Americans listening in many far-off places, Hawaii and Alaska. And I have a letter here from Mr. John Buey, who is program director of the Far Eastern Network of the Armed Forces. And he tells us that the response to Recollections has been so terrific that he has scheduled it as a regular feature on the 18 stations covering Japan, Okinawa, and Korea. Well, I guess a few minutes reverie with the past is relaxing for everyone, everywhere. I hope I can count on you next week and many of your friends and neighbors to join me. Until then, good night, everyone.
Ed Hurley has been your host on Recollections. Join him next week at this time for more highlights in the history of radio broadcasting. This is Fred Collins. Recollections is an NBC Radio Network production directed by Bob Bauer.
NBC takes you across the nation, around the world, with news on the hour and the exciting hotline service all day, every day on most of these NBC stations.
Doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. For the Palmolive plan was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, regardless of age, type of skin, or previous beauty care, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day.
What makes life seem worthwhile dwells in your eyes and the spell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing that fine old Come All Ye, the same old shillelagh.
Sure, and 50 years ago, me father left O'Leary shore. He landed here, shillelagh in hand, and divil a penny more. He got a job and then a wife and raised a family. And when he died, he left his old shillelagh stick to me. Sure, it's the same old shillelagh me father brought from Ireland. And divil a one was prouder than he as he walked with it in his hand. He led the parade on Paddy's Day and twirled it round his bit. And divil a one would monkey with it, or me dad would have a fit. With that same old shillelagh, me father could lick a dozen men. As fast as they got up, begorra, he'd knock 'em down again. And many's the time he used it on me for to make me understand. The same old shillelagh me father brought from Ireland. I'm going on the police force, it's the only thing to do. Instead of having one night sick, begorry, I'll have 2. And if I get into a fight, no one will bother me. But I'll have the old shillelagh stick my father left to me. Sure, it's the same old shillelagh my father brought from Ireland. And divil a one was prouder than he as he walked with it in his hand. He led the parade on Paddy's Day and twirled it round his mitt. And divil a one was monkey with it, or me dad would have a fit. Where the same old shillelagh me father could lick a dozen men. As fast as they got up, begorra, he'd knock 'em down again. And many's the time he uses on me for to make me understand. The same old shillelagh me father brought from Ireland.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference. And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested. And no wonder. For Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath. So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy. And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, there's great excitement this week in the adopted town of our young hero, Dennis Day, for this is the week of the annual Weaverville Hobby Show. As usual, his landlord and lady, the Andersons, have each worked on a project, but unfortunately only Herbert has produced an entry. His scale model of a ship has already been sent to the display, but alas, Mrs. Anderson's carefully nurtured box petunia has failed to produce so much as a bud. She's inconsolable as she gazes at it.
Oh, my poor flowers. My poor dear flowers.
Oh, now, there, little cuddle girl.
It wasn't your fault, Mother. It was just bad luck.
Not even a bud. And I've tried so hard to help the poor thing grow. I even took the heater out of Dennis's room and stood it next to it all winter.
Well, now, don't you feel unhappy about the hobby show, lover. I've entered my model ship in your name as well as mine.
Oh, Herbert, did you really?
Yes. And what's more, I've named it after you. The Poopsie.
The what?
It's written right across the Poopsie deck.
Herbert, I don't care for that sort of humor.
Sorry, my dear. I can't think what came over me.
What's more, I don't want that name bandied about in public. You will change the name of your boat to the Clara.
Yes, my rapture.
Morning, everyone.
Oh, hi, Dennis.
Hello.
Good morning, my son.
Gee, Mrs. Anderson, I didn't sleep a wink last night when I heard about your poor little Petunia. Mr. Anderson broke the news to me just as I was putting on my overcoat to go to bed.
Yes, and I promised everyone in town a big surprise, too. Every year, something terrible happens to me at hobby show time.
Yeah, last year you sent over that fancy cake you'd baked, and they entered it in the millinery exhibit by mistake.
Well, it didn't do badly, though, Poopsie. It took second prize.
But I can't understand it. How could the judges think my cake was a lady's hat?
Maybe they tasted it.
Dennis.
Huh?
Today is St. Patrick's Day, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Why don't you take a nice walk down the street, whistling God Save the King? Come along, Herbert.
Oh, darn it, now she's mad at me again. Just when I wanted her to like me well enough to spare my life when she hears the news.
The news? What are you talking about?
Well, Mildred, a few weeks ago I did a foolish thing. I know that doesn't sound like me, but I did.
Oh, what?
Well, you know the baby picture contest Peak Magazine was running? $300 for first prize?
Oh, the cutest hot contest? Yes, what about it?
I entered a picture in it, and it won.
But, Dennis, that's wonderful.
But somehow I don't think so. You see, the picture I sent in was one of your mother when she was 3 years old.
My mother? Well, why did you do that?
I don't know. I ran across it in your family album, and it was so... Well, at that age, ferociousness is cute.
Well, I still don't see why you're so upset. Suppose Mother's picture did win.
But you don't understand. The magazine is sending a photographer here to take more pictures of the winner.
Oh.
He'll probably be a little surprised when he sees your mother.
Oh, my gosh, of course he will.
And even if he weren't, I doubt if she posed on a white fur rug in the condition he expects.
Golly, when this story gets out, she'll be laughed out of town.
Yeah, and I was counting on that prize money to get me in good with her.
Dennis, there might be a way to save it yet. What we need is a baby.
Mildred, he's coming this afternoon. Even if we got married right this minute, there wouldn't be...
To borrow one.
Oh.
Now, let's see. Who do we know who has a baby?
Well, the fellow who delivers my laundry has one, and he... No, his baby might not do.
Well, why not? Who is he? What's his name?
Hip Sing Lung Fu.
I'm afraid you're right. Say, wait. How about Mrs. Rogers? She has a baby, and she's always looking for a place for it while she's at work.
Oh, but Mrs. Rogers' kid is only a year old. Your mother was 3 when that picture was taken.
Well, we can make him look older.
Him? When it comes time to explain that one, you take over.
Dennis, stop being silly. Now, look, you go over to Mrs. Rogers' house and tell her you've just opened a nursery for the babies of working mothers. Tell her on it.
I'll try.
Tell her.
Well, okay, I just hope this works.
Of course it will. What are you doing there?
Putting my ring on the third finger of my left hand. If I'm going to be a mother, I want to look right.
Yes?
How do you do, Mrs. Rogers? I'm Mr. Day of the Day Nursery.
The Day Nursery?
We take complete charge of your baby all day while you work for only $1.
Only $1? Oh, well, that's very reasonable. Can you feed them properly for so little money?
Madam, our food is not only healthy, but there's plenty of it. Every one of your baby sandwiches will be on whole wheat bread and come with French fried potatoes.
French fried potatoes?
And what's more, your child will be taught proper table manners. He won't be handled the way some parents handle babies.
What do you mean?
Believe me, if he burps after his meals, he better excuse himself.
Mr. Day.
And that isn't all we do for the little tyke. He'll get a bath every single day. We hand him some soap and a towel and throw him into the bathtub. And when I come back into that bathroom, he better be clean.
You mean you put babies into a bathtub and then leave them there all alone?
Oh, madam, some of the kids are of my opposite sex.
Oh, Mr. Day, you must be out of your mind. You've never been anywhere near a nursery in your whole life.
I said something that caused you to lose confidence in me?
Well, what do you think?
Yeah, I might have known. Well, I better tell you the truth, Mrs. Rogers. You see, Mildred Anderson and I thought...
Mildred Anderson? You mean Clara and Herbert's child?
Yeah.
Is she in this with you?
Yeah, you see, we thought...
Oh, well, why didn't you say so? I'd be glad to let Mildred take care of my baby.
Oh, yeah?
Of course, she's a wonderful girl and very reliable. But don't you go near him or the deal's off, you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
I like my baby the way he is. Now, you stay here and I'll go get him. And I'll give you some extras, too.
Extras?
Well, of course. Mildred's going to change him, isn't she?
How do you like that? And she just said she liked him the way he is.
We'll continue this day in the life of Dennis Day in just a moment. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing his RCA Victor recording of Clancy Lowered the Boom.
Clancy was a peaceful man, if you know what I mean. The cops picked up the pieces after Clancy left the scene. He never looked for trouble, that's a fact you can assume. But nevertheless, when trouble would press, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom, 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 boom. O'Leary was the fighting man, they all knew he was tough. He strutted round the neighborhood, shooting off his guff. He picked a fight with Clancy, then and there he sealed his doom. Before you could shout, O'Leary, look out! Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom, 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 boom. Clancy left the barber shop with tonic on his hair. He walked into the pool room and he met O'Reilly there. O'Reilly said, "For goodness sake, now do I smell perfume?" Before you could sack your cue in the rack, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom, 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 boom. Mulrooney walked into the bar and ordered up a round. He left his drink to telephone and Clancy drank it down. Mulrooney said, "Who drunk me drink, I lay him in his tomb." Before you could pat the top of your hat, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom.
No, he still doesn't look old enough, Mildred. Nowhere near 3.
Oh, I know.
Better give me a couple more locks of your hair to paste on his head.
Golly, Dennis, you'll have me bald.
Yeah, but just think, if this doesn't work, I'll be scalped.
All right. Here. And do try to paste it on evenly this time.
Okay. Steady, baby. Steady.
Darn it, there he goes again. You'll have to rock him in your arms like you did before.
Yeah. Nice, baby. Good baby. Rock-a-bye, baby, on the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. Gee, it works every time, doesn't it?
Yes, but he still doesn't look as old as he should.
Well, do you think we should paint a mustache on him?
Don't be silly. But maybe if he had some eyebrows. Wait a minute. Here, try these over his eyes.
All right. Steady, baby. There.
Huh. How do you think he looks now?
Like John L. Lewis's kid.
I just don't know what we're going to do. That photographer will be here any minute. I know he has a reservation at the hotel for early.
Front. Take Mr. Reiner's bags, boy. You going to be with us long, Mr. Reiner?
Just overnight. The Anderson baby over at 321 Elm Street won my magazine's cutest tot contest, and I'm here to get some more pictures.
Herb and Clara? Why, they got no baby.
No?
No.
Well, just take a look at this photograph.
Why, holy smoke. That is a baby. And it looks just like Pupsy, too. That same scowl, only with dimples.
You mean you didn't know they had a baby?
Why, nobody did. How do you like that? So that's the surprise she had for the town. Hey, Sam, Ed, Janie, Frank, Louise, come here. What do you know? The Andersons got a baby. A baby.
There he goes again, Dennis. Rock him quick.
Yeah, nice baby. Fine baby. Don't know what to call him, but he's mighty like a rose. Ah, he likes me. Hello, baby. Hello, Jimmy boy. Hey, see that?
Yes, but he's supposed to be a girl, Dennis, remember? You better get used to the idea.
Oh, yeah. Hello, baby. Hello, Clara, honey.
Oh, golly, now look.
We're only kidding, baby. You're really a big, fine, strong man. Sure.
Come on, we simply got to paste some more hair on him if we're going to convince that photographer he's free. Oh, my gosh, Dennis, there he is. Quick, get there before someone else can start talking to him.
Yeah. Yeah, well, why, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, Dennis, I'm so excited I couldn't even get my key in the lock. Poopsie, dream lover.
Yes, Herbert.
Poopsie, I think we've won the model ship contest.
Your sailboat took first prize? But they weren't to announce it till Friday.
Yes, but the news must be out somehow. Everyone in town has been shaking my hand and congratulating me all day.
Oh, Herbert, that's wonderful.
Yes, several of the boys even asked me why I wasn't passing out cigars. Can you imagine?
Gee, That's swell, Mr. Anderson. We're all proud of you.
Oh, I should say we are. Come on, Herbert. We'll go down to the show right now.
No, I'll get it.
Oh, wait, Mr. Anderson.
Well, hello, Mrs. Rogers.
Oh, Mr. Anderson, I just heard. Congratulations.
Why, thank you, Mrs. Rogers.
Yes. Well, I was coming over here anyway. Why, Mrs. Anderson. Well, you're up. You're out of bed already.
Mrs. Rogers, it's 2:30 in the afternoon.
Well, yes,
Come along, Herbert. We've got to get downtown.
But surely you're not going to go downtown this soon, Mrs. Anderson.
Why, of course we are. That's where they've got it on exhibition. See you later, Mrs. Rogers.
Mrs. Rogers, is anything wrong? You're standing there with your mouth open.
Mr. Day, is it really on exhibition?
Why, sure, at the hobby show.
A hobby show?
Oh, sure, it's beautiful. Of course, we don't know yet whether it'll float.
Well, you're not going to try to find out, are you?
Oh, not until we're sure her seams are good and tight so she won't get waterlogged.
Mr. Day, you're not serious.
Huh? Of course I am. We don't even know yet if she'll sit up properly. She has a round bottom, you know.
Yes, but don't they all?
Oh. No, some are built like barges. Mrs. Rogers, are you sure there's nothing wrong? You're acting so funny about this.
Well, I just can't get over it, that's all. In the first place, it's such a shock to see Mrs. Anderson on her way downtown after something so strenuous.
Mrs. Anderson? Why, she had almost nothing to do with it. Mr. Anderson deserves most of the
credit. Mr. Anderson?
Oh, sure. Boy, is he proud. This is his first windjammer.
Well, I really didn't come over here to talk about that at all. I came over to get my baby.
Your baby?
Yes.
Oh, but Mrs. Rogers, you can't. The photographer... I mean, he's upstairs fast asleep. You shouldn't wake up a baby. He might not sleep while he's awake.
Well, yes, but I... What was that?
Me.
See? That was my baby, and you said he was fast asleep.
Oh, wait, Mrs. Rogers, don't go up there. Let us handle this, please.
It came from this room here, didn't it?
Mrs. Rogers, don't look at your little... Oh, you look. Mildred, believe me, it couldn't possibly work.
But why not? Why couldn't you be the child?
Oh, no.
Yes. And I'll be your mother.
Mildred, you're 19 and I'm 22. Even in India, women don't have children that young.
We'll pretend you're a child, silly. You can talk in a little 3-year-old voice that'll fool him completely.
Yeah, but won't the rest of me make him a little suspicious?
He won't see you. He'll only hear you. We'll put you in a dark room and tell him there's something wrong with your eyes.
Mildred, I know that...
Dennis, that must be him. Now, quick, lie down on the couch and cover yourself with that Afghan. I'll draw the curtains.
How do you do? I'm Milton Reiner of Peak Magazine.
Oh, yes. You came to take pictures of my little Clara. I'm sorry the room is so dark, but poor little Clara's eyes aren't right.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear it.
Oh, you can talk to her, though. She's right here. Clara, honey, there's a man here to talk to you. Say hello to the man.
My name is Clara Anderson. I'm 20.5 years old, so there, too.
And you have something wrong with your eyes, Clara?
Yeah, too. I got bad eyes, so my mommy won't let me shoot pool or nothing.
Well, I didn't know little girls played pool.
I'm a tomboy.
Well, what seems to be the trouble, darling? Did you strain your little eyes somehow?
Yeah, too much reading.
Too much reading at your age?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What happened to your voice just then?
I guess it's changing.
At 3.5?
I'm a tomboy.
Reiner, I'm afraid that's all little Clara should...
Yoo-hoo, Mildred, we're home.
Oi.
What's going on in here? Why is it so dark? Well, who are you?
Oh, my name is Reiner, madam. I came to take some pictures of your granddaughter.
My granddaughter? What granddaughter?
She's absent-minded.
What?
Hello, Grandma.
Dennis Day, what are you up to? Get your head out from under that cover.
Why, it's a full-grown boy.
Not for long, I'm afraid. But I can explain, Mrs. Anderson. Honest, I can.
Don't bother.
Well, I'd like to know what's going on. Where's the Clara Anderson whose baby picture won first prize in our contest?
Clara Anderson? My picture won first prize? My baby picture? Oh! I can't really say I'm surprised. Where's the money?
Are you kidding? I got a good mind to sue you and this kid for fraud.
Fraud? Dennis Day.
Mrs. Anderson, wait. Get that gleam out of your eye. I'm too young to go like this. I'm just a boy, a child.
I'm only 3.5 years old.
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing Danny Boy. But first... Grand news, wonderful news. Now Luster Cream Shampoo comes in tubes as well as jars. Yes, Luster Cream, the utterly new cream shampoo that gives you soft, glamorous dream girl hair. Try Luster Cream Shampoo. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, tubes or jars, whichever you prefer, 49 and 25 cents. But whether you prefer the tube or the jar, you will prefer Luster Cream Shampoo. Be a dream girl. A lovely Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. Hair that gleams and glistens from a Luster Cream shampoo. Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
No St. Patrick's Day would be complete without Dennis singing the lovely old Irish air, Danny Boy. Here it is now, sung as only Dennis Day can sing it.
Danny boy, into Glen Mountain side. The summer's gone, and all the roses falling. It's you must go, and I must bide. But come ye back when summer's in the meadow, or when the valley's hushed and white with snow. If I'll be here in sunshine or in shadow. Danny boy, oh, Danny boy, I love you so. But when ye come, and all the flowers are dying, if I am dead, as dead I well may be, come and find the place where I am lying, and kneel and say an Ave there for me, and I shall hear the soft you tread above me, and all my grave will warmer, sweeter be. For you will mend and tell me that you love me, and I shall
Thank you, and my thanks also to the Ancient Order of Hibernians for the honor they have bestowed upon me by presenting me with their annual award. Good night, everyone.
Next week, tune in to another Dentist Day show brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. Friends, here's a chance to help the Girl Scouts and to help children everywhere, and you don't have to contribute a cent in cash. You can help by contributing either children's or adults' clothing or material, or by contributing a few hours a week sewing, sorting, and packing. Call your local Girl Scout troop tomorrow. Help them make warm friends of the world's shivering children. Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Colman.
And Benita Colman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College.
And now, the Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today.
Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. It's 5 o'clock of a dark winter's afternoon, and the campus is in a soggy state. The trees are dripping, the ivy is drooping, and only the sturdier students are seen sloshing along in the mud-stained snow. All of which seems to have had no effect on Dr. William Todhunter Hall, president of Ivy, who returns home to number 1 faculty row in a buoyant and triumphant mood, as his delighted and delightful wife, Victoria, says,
"You seem mighty perky on such a murky day, darling. Come on, tell me, what's the good news?"
Good news. As a matter of fact, I had a perfectly abysmal day. I was needled, nettled, and besieged by all kinds of carping petitioners. But however well fortified I may be to cope with normal grievances, I have an Achilles heel for whimsy on a busy day.
A whimsical heel. It sounds enchanting.
Well, it's a fair description of young Jethro Matthews III.
Oh, yeah, him. He's the one who made the big fuss with the Dramatic Society about the scenery being too realistic. He also had a dandy suggestion that we do Death of a Salesman as a ballet.
Yeah, he's trying very hard to be consistently unconventional. He's a bright boy, but he's failing in his poetry course. It seems he hasn't attended any classes recently.
Why not?
Oh, he said he could learn far more about poetry by contemplating the vistas of nature than the visage of Professor Heaslip.
Well, he's got a good point there. But he's young, he'll outgrow it.
Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, I was intensely individual myself when I was his age.
I bet you were a beautiful baby.
Ravishing, darling. But my critics were divided into 2 schools. One believing that I was just a mild eccentric, the other that I was a boring poseur. Both views were accurate. I was what is known in those days as a bohemian.
Oh, I know, yeah. Sit around in a smoky room and try to shock each other.
Yes. That's right, yes. Adolescents from 20 to 70 who sit on the floor of what they call a studio with candles stuck in the necks of bottles. They have Schoenberg on the record player, which cannot be heard, of course, because of the furious talk about music and the pity for the poor, grubby businessmen. The men who made the candles, manufactured the bottles, built the record player, recorded the Schoenberg, and were idiots enough to forego the last 3 months' rent on the studio. Bohemians, making a fetish of the unconventional. Nonsense. Ridiculous. Ah, wonderful, wasn't it? What a lot of fun we had.
Talked yourself right back into it, didn't you?
How did I get to be such a qualified authority on eccentric behaviorism? Did I make any sense?
Oh, certainly. You sounded like a professional psychiatrist.
A psychologist.
Psychiatrist, psychologist, what's the difference?
The same as between a poor student in the library and a rich one in the malt shop. One studies and one treats.
You know, this is the first time I've ever understood the difference. Yeah, but to get back to your day at the office, what other dreadful things made you feel so good?
Well, for one thing, Professor Fisher is probably still wondering what happened to him.
Professor Fisher at the law school, what'd you do to him?
Well, I asked him whether he didn't agree with me that it was high time we had another look at the bylaws of the Student Legislative Council. He seized upon my suggestion, turned it into an indictment, and launched into a prosecutor's harangue.
I'll bet you put the old harangue-utang back in his cage.
No, but I managed to turn the case of Fisher versus Hall into the case of Hall versus Fisher. Oh, I gave him a run for his money. You should have seen his face.
You really poured it on, huh?
There was really no difference of opinion to start with, but he worked himself up into a hopeless contradiction, which I pounced upon with alacrity. And then, Vicky...
Yeah, Louise, I'll get the door, darling. Don't stop now. You were pouncing. Go ahead. Pounce.
I used an old trick of forensics. As a champion and ruthless debater in my day, come in.
Excuse me, Dr. Hall.
Is there someone to see me, Louisa?
Yes, I told him to wait. The stout one who talks like a birthday card. Yes, it couldn't be anybody else. It's Professor Heaslip. Always sounds as though he were reading off tombstones. That's the one, Mrs. Hall.
Well, you'd better send him in, Louisa.
Yes, sir. And, Mrs. Hall, I told him not to bother because it's working now, but he wanted $1 anyway. For Professor Heaslip? No, he's in the hall. I sent the other one away. I'll tell him you'll see him, Dr. Hall. Sorry, have you any idea who wanted the $1?
Not yet, darling. In due time. We can't rush Louisa. With her, small phrases are tributaries that finally join a river filled with the flotsam and jetsam of facts, which will eventually flow out into the sea of knowledge.
Well, salutations, Skipper. Greetings, lady.
Professor Heaslip.
My apologies, but I couldn't help overhearing. You were speaking of the sea of knowledge. What a proper subject for a conversation in the presidential mansion. And pray tell, what intellectual voyage had you embarked upon at this hour of twilight?
We were just wondering about a man who wanted $1.
What? Oh, yes, Jason in search of the Golden Fleece. What a delightful sense of humor you have, fair lady.
Yeah, well, with $1 where it is, we need one.
Ah, yes, a cogent observation. Skipper, I just stopped by to return your book.
My book? Oh, yes, the Christopher Fry play. Thank you, Professor. Did you enjoy it?
Oh, I've read it with some interest, particularly because of the flurry it has caused in certain literary circles.
I liked it.
Well, fair lady, it is pleasant in a way, but I found it much too wordy and flowery for my more austere tastes. Didn't you, Skipper?
No.
Oh.
I enjoyed its richness of language, but then I like words and flowers.
Yes, of course. A very gifted dramatist. Oh, by the way, Skipper, I stood up for you last evening.
You did? Well, thank you.
Oh, yes, Skipper, I took up the cudgels in your defense.
Oh, really? Oh, what about?
Oh, nothing serious, mind you. There was a discussion, and when certain, shall I say, impetuous statements were made, I couldn't resist raising my voice slightly in protest.
That was jolly nice of you.
You spoke, fair lady?
Well, I'd appreciate knowing what these statements were, Professor. They might be true.
Oh, I hardly think so, Skipper. Just the irresponsible prattle of an idle tongue. What could be more ridiculous than to even suggest that you couldn't take time to attend to the practical problems of a university?
Are you asking, Professor, or is that what was said? I mean, is it a quote or a question?
Well, fair lady, perhaps I shouldn't have brought this up.
Yes, but who would suggest that...
Oh, dear, look at the time. It's nearly dinner. I must be off. Thank you again for the fireplace, Skipper. We must sit down and have a real discussion on it one day.
Yes, I think one day would be... goodbye, Professor Huxley.
Yes, goodbye, Professor.
Goodbye, fair lady. And, Skipper, I wouldn't give it a moment's thought if I were you. It was just that I was so surprised about Agnes. Dean Huxley. I didn't know she felt that way about you. Well, I must fly.
There goes an idle tongue full of irresponsible prattle, if ever I heard one.
Well, you can't take him seriously. As my father used to say, a fool's tongue is always long enough to cut his own throat.
As my mother used to say, it's better to plant a seed of goodwill than to put a crumb in another man's bed.
Very good, Vicky.
Yeah, I wish he'd stop saying fair lady. Fair lady. Sounds like a bus conductor. And the way he backed off and changed the subject when you stood up to him about the fry play. Huh?
Well, Heathcliff is a man of many sentences and a few convictions. And what did he mean about Dean Huxley? What nonsense.
Yes. Dolly, you never finished telling me about how you vanquished Professor Fisher.
Fisher? Oh, well, now, what I think of it, I shouldn't take too much credit because I had him from the very beginning. Realizing the weakness in his case, I could afford to bide my time and do nothing.
Well, but you said you pounced on him.
Oh, why, I didn't really pounce. I just made a small point. It really wasn't such a... it is surprising, Agnes Huxley. I've always had a great personal regard for our Dean of Women, and, well, I felt there was a mutual...
Of course, darling. You know she likes you. Now, come on. Now, what about Fisher?
Well, what could I have done or said that would have made her change?
Well, who says she's changed? There's nobody on the staff more loyal to you.
After all, there's nothing surprising about her saying I didn't have time to attend to all the problems of the university. The president of any college has to budget his activities by the very complex nature of the...
Yes, come in, Louisa. Excuse me, Dr. Hall.
Oh, yes, Louisa.
I forgot to tell you she called this morning, said she couldn't make it. And Mrs. Hall, he said the dollar was for coming over here. And I told him you don't pay for just visiting without fixing it. Certainly not. Fixing what? Oh, don't worry, it's working now. And Dr. Hall, she said she was sorry.
She?
But it's not worth $1, Miss Hall. I wouldn't pay it for
Oh, no, indeed.
I'd gladly pay $1 just to find out what he came to fix. $2.
$3.50.
$4.75.
Any other bids? Going at $4.75 to the beautiful lady with the blue eyes. Sold. Wrap it up, Louisa.
I don't know what you're talking about, Dr. Hall. You can be very confusing at times.
I'm afraid I didn't catch the name of who it was that was sorry she couldn't make it and what it was she was sorry she couldn't make.
You didn't? It was a committee meeting. Miss Dean Huxley.
Dean Huxley? You mean she can't attend the faculty advisors' meeting tomorrow night?
I wouldn't know. Said she wouldn't be there at all. Seems to me people should leave plugs in where they belong. Icebox didn't work all morning. Well, I have my work to do. Claudie, I think I've got it. Louisa knocked the plug out of the refrigerator and didn't know it. Called the repairman, and by the time he got here, she discovered her mistake.
It's the first time I can remember Dean Huxley missing an important committee meeting. Of course, there needn't be any connection. I mean, this couldn't have anything to do with her criticism of me. Do you think?
Oh, she's probably just swamped with studio problems. She works awfully hard, Tony.
Oh, yes, I realize that. A very capable woman. And her department is rather short-staffed. I wonder... Yes, that could be it. She did say she needed another assistant. But that was a year ago, and it was the Board of Governors who turned down the request. I never thought she would hold me personally responsible for that.
Well, I'm still waiting, darling.
Waiting? What for, Vicky?
Well, won't you please tell me how you gave Professor Fisher the coup de grace?
Oh, yes, Professor Fisher. Yes, well, I'm afraid I exaggerated a bit. It wasn't really a conquest, you know. Just a minor skirmish. As a matter of fact, I'm not sure I scored my point at all.
Oh, darling, now don't let Heathcliff's forked tongue spoil your day. Well, you know what a fine woman Agnes Huxley is. You've always said there wasn't a more efficient and understanding dean of women anywhere.
Yes, and that's why I'm perturbed, Vicky. When such an able executive as Dean Huxley suddenly leaves a cryptic message that she can't attend a most important meeting, which, of course, has nothing to do with what she thinks of my administrative ability, or has it? Well, I didn't know I was so lacking in understanding of the female faculty. Perhaps I should let the male staff alone for a while and concentrate on the distaff.
The Voice of America is bringing you this presentation of The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
As we return to the Halls of Ivy, it's noon the next day. And Mrs. Hall has just returned from town when she's intercepted by her housekeeper, Louisa.
It's none of my business, Mrs. Hall. I got that recipe for the clam chowder from my great aunt in Savannah. He always liked it before. Nobody else I know makes it the same. And he just said, no, thank you. That's all. Well, I wouldn't take that too seriously, Louisa. Perhaps Dr. Hall didn't feel like soup today. Not that I believe in keeping a good recipe a secret. It's the bell pepper makes it. I'll mash and strain it first. Yes. Well, thank you. I'll call you if I want anything. All right. But mind how you walk. I got a cake in the oven. Looks good, too. My sister says that's why she won't own a vacuum cleaner. Huh? Says you can't pull a straw out of it to stick in the cake and see if it's done. All right, I'll be careful. I was going to practice jumping over the sofa, but it can wait. Hello, darling.
Vicky, I believe I have it. It wasn't a year ago when the Board of Governors refused to add another assistant. It was at least 6 months before that. Remember when the delegations from those two sororities came to see me about a pledge they both claimed?
Yes. And you told them they were big girls now to work it out for themselves. And, darling, Louisa's got a cake in the oven. If you must keep pacing, please do it on tiptoe.
Well, I can't pace on tiptoe, darling. It'd look ridiculous. But, you see, Dean Huxley must have found out that the girls had come to me instead of to her. And even with the most intelligent of women, those things rankle, you know.
She would never hold a thing like that against you or anything else. As a matter of fact, I just ran into her an hour ago.
You did? What did she say?
Oh, the usual hello and how are you, and she was in a terrible hurry, so we didn't actually settle
You mean she didn't speak to you?
I didn't say that.
Well, I don't want to put a false construction on a minor incident, but it would surprise me if she held it against you, too.
But if I weren't the president's wife, and I thought nobody would recognize me, I'd march over to Heathcliff's house or class or wherever that windbag is at the moment and give him a good punch in the nose for carrying tales. You know me, one round Cromwell.
Well, Vicky, I have none of the conventional prejudices against women in executive positions, but I've found that they have a tendency to emotionalize issues, to take the personal rather than the objective point of view. I can understand how Dean Huxley has misconstrued my action in the sorority matter as a peremptory assumption of authority, but I'm sorry that she allowed this to influence her judgment. I take this committee meeting tonight. She should be there. Why isn't she coming?
Well, maybe a cousin's sick, or if she's got a cousin, or possibly she's been evicted from her house and has to move tonight. I mean, there could be a dozen reasons. Maybe she's sitting on a jury. There are a dozen reasons right there.
Whatever it is, why did she just leave a message without any explanation? Now, why did she complain to Heathcliff of all people? Why, if she had a complaint, didn't she come directly to me? Vicky, there's only one thing to do.
And I've already done it.
What?
Well, when I met Dean Huxley, I said, hello, Agnes, I said. And then I said, if you don't mind the fib, Dr. Hall said he would like to see you. So, she said she'd come over this afternoon. Do you mind?
Mind? Of course not. Oh, any further postponement would only widen the breach. However, I shall have to find a delicate way to remind her of the danger. of letting small grievances grow into crises. And I must firmly recommend that in the future, if she have any protest, she give me the original, not the duplicate. I prefer not to be a pawnbroker of protests, dealing in second-hand complaints.
Well, you have no idea, Agnes, how happy I am you were able to make it this afternoon.
Well, you know, Victoria, I was almost ashamed to come here.
What?
Dr. Hall, I've been having a guilty feeling about you.
Oh? Well, why should you feel guilty about me, Dean Huxley?
Well, I haven't been to see you.
I don't know how you find time to see yourself with all the desperate, dramatic crises of charming and slightly distraught young ladies who crowd under your wing.
Yes, I sometimes feel like a mother hen with her peeping chicks. But I don't know why I should complain. That's my job.
But it's your prerogative to complain. Without protest, there can be no progress. And without constant challenge, we would all doze on a featherbed of complacency. No, Dean Huxley, I must insist. You have every right to complain.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Hall. But, complain about what?
Well, if you haven't got a complaint handy, Agnes, think fast. Make one up. Now's your chance.
Oh, no, I'm sure Dr. Hall has enough on his hands without my small problems. I may be a mother hen, but he's running the whole chicken ranch.
Well, I try to do what I can, but with the multitude and variety of my duties and obligations, many of which, of course, extend beyond the campus itself, I'm left with only limited time to attend to what are sometimes called the practical problems of a university. So I can have no sensitivity about anyone who may criticize my particular allocation of interests and energies and...
Dr. Hall, what on earth do you mean? Why, I've never known you to refuse to listen to any problems that came up here at Ivy. Honestly, I don't know how you find the time to do it.
Well, I've always believed that the primary obligation of an administrator is accessibility. That's why there is no door to my office in the administration building.
William said that either he or the door would eventually become unhinged, so he beat the gun and took the door off.
Well, I hope the privilege of free entry isn't abused, Dr. Hall. You can't be expected to do everybody's job. I had a set to with a faculty member about this very thing a day or so ago.
Oh, really?
He slip?
Why, yes. He wanted us to go trotting to you with a small dispute before we even had a chance to work it out for ourselves. I told him he was silly to bother you with it, that you had far more important things on your mind.
Oh, so that's what was said. Dean Huxley, I feel a most profound apology coming on.
Oh, that crumb planter. A finer example of verbal skullduggery I have never heard.
Yes, a few minor word changes, a slight difference of inflection, even the raising of one eyebrow, and you have a total change of meaning.
Why, so he did come to you with this after all. But I can imagine what he said and what you've been thinking.
Oh, well,
Why, that nasty old... Oh, excuse me.
No, go right ahead. You can speak freely without any fear of contradiction from me, at any rate.
I'm sorry. But at the moment, just thinking about Professor Heathcliff makes me cross.
I know. All he has to say is good afternoon, and you start wishing you'd brought your umbrella.
Well, Agnes, I don't mind telling you that this has relieved my mind.
Well, now that I'm here, perhaps you'd like to know what started off this chain reaction.
We certainly would.
Well, you see, a sophomore got snowed in on a skiing weekend, missed an early Monday morning quiz with Professor Heathcliff, and he's refused to give her a chance to take it later.
But why?
Well, it sounds like a good enough excuse.
Well, you know our ruling on lateness, Dr. Hall, and Heathcliff refused to make an exception. The girl wrote her father, and he's coming into town tonight to see me. That's why I can't be at the committee meeting.
Oh, I see. Well, Dean Huxley, I don't want to intervene, but if you'd like me to see the girl's father, I'll be only too happy to do so.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Hall, but I'm sure I can placate him. But there is something you can do for me.
Oh?
Will you please get Heathcliff out of my hair?
Well, I'll do my best. As an ornament in anyone's coiffure, he leaves a little to be desired. But at the same time, I shall have to commend him.
For what? Not starting the Chicago fire?
No, for bringing to our attention, in however a roundabout way, a matter which should be near the top of our agenda. It's high time we examined the whole problem of student rules and brought them up to date.
Yes. You do still seem to have hoop skirt regulations which are a little difficult to sit down in.
So I shall appoint a committee to bring the whole subject before the Student Legislative Council. And to be sure that something is accomplished, I would like our Dean of Women to serve on that committee.
Why, I'll be glad to. Thank you, Dr. Hall. And my apologies for losing my temper about Heath.
Oh, and my apologies to you. I've been forcibly reminded that the loyalty of friends mustn't depend upon a constant reiteration of it. I have learnt with Molière that doubts are more cruel than the worst of truth.
But as we sadly start, our journeys are apart. A part of every heart will linger here in the sacred halls of ivy, where we've lived and learned to know that through the years we'll see you in the sweet afterglow. We'll remember halls of ivy in the sweet afterglow.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder presents The Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff, with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Connery, Jim Backus, Jill Walker, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you The Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zuki.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Colgate Tooth Powder keeps smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate Tooth Powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate Tooth Powder. For the new all-purpose Colgate Tooth Powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
It's a romantic June day in Mel Blanc's little town, and young couples like to sit in Crotona Park and dream of their future. In one part of the park, we hear Shirley Lewis saying to her boyfriend Seymour,
"Oh, Seymour, we'll be so happy after we're married. I'll sit home knitting a garment to fit over tiny little arms and tiny little shoulders."
Gee, that's wonderful, Shirley. I hope it's a girl.
And Dottie Feller is saying to her boyfriend Nate,
"Oh, Nate, after we're married, we'll be so happy. I'll stay home knitting a garment to fit over tiny little arms and tiny little shoulders."
Gee, that's wonderful, Dottie. I hope it's a girl.
And where Betty Colby has been talking to her boyfriend Mel Blanc, Betty is saying,
"Oh, Mel, we'll be so happy after we're married. I'll sit home knitting a garment to fit over tiny little arms and tiny little shoulders."
Gee, that's wonderful, Betty. I could use a new sweater.
Mel, I'm talking about children. Don't you want to have children? What are you laughing at? I said, don't you want to have children?
Yeah, but wouldn't it be easier if you had them? Well, anyway, I can't support a family, not with the cost of living what it is today.
Yes, the cost of living's really high, isn't it, Mel?
Betty, the cost of living is so high right now that it's cheaper to drop dead. No, but the public is getting wise. They're demanding more for their money.
What do you mean?
Well, take the movies. During the war, when things were good, they showed Mrs. Miniver. But now that things are bad, they have to show the 2 Mrs. Carrolls.
Now, this is no time to joke. We can't expect any help from my father, either. He's terribly worried about the new supermarket that's opening right next to him. He may lose all his money.
Ah, money. Why do people always worry about money? Always engaged in the frantic pursuit of the ever-elusive dollar, giving their lives false values. Work is the solution to man's ills. Contentment and peace can only be found in good, honest labor.
Why, no, that's beautiful. Where did you hear that?
When I went to collect my unemployment check. But all this talk about money is ridiculous. After all, what is money? Just paper. And I'm not asking much out of life. All I want to be is a paper collector.
Oh, look, there's Father. Now, listen, you be nice to him, Nell. He's very aggravated about that other supermarket. Oh, Father, hello.
Hello, Betty.
Hello, Mr. Colby.
Mel Blanc, you moron. You're ruining my supermarket. What did you do to that burglar alarm I gave you to fix?
Well, something wrong, Mr. Colby? I didn't have enough parts for the burglar alarm, so I put some in from a jukebox.
A jukebox? No wonder when I opened the store this morning, I found a burglar dancing with my night watchman. Old inside it was, too.
Well, what are you complaining about, Mr. Colby? You should have charged him 10 cents a dance.
Oh, you idiot. And you want to marry Betty. Well, I won't let it happen. An idiot is bound to have idiots for children.
That's not true, Mr. Colby. Your daughter is perfectly normal.
Now, look, Blank, don't irritate me. I'm aggravated enough about that supermarket opening next to me.
Wait a minute, Mr. Colby. I got a great idea. That other supermarket is opening tomorrow, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, why don't you put on a show in your supermarket and nobody will go to the other opening?
Say, that is a great idea, Mel. But who could I get for the show?
Leave it to me. I'll invite all the stars like John Garfield, Gene Kelly, Dane Clark, Katharine Hepburn, Edward G. Robinson, Hedy Lamarr, and Henry Schnickelfritz.
Who is Henry Schnickelfritz?
He's the one who'll show up. Mr. Colby, we don't need stars. I'll do the show myself.
You? What can you do?
I'll be the master of ceremonies. Oh, I can tell wonderful jokes. Just listen to this one. A big overgrown kid went to his mother and he said, "Ma, can I have a quarter for the movies?" So his mother gave him the money, and 10 minutes later the kid was back asking, "Ma, can I have another quarter for the movies?" She gave it to him again, and sure enough, 10 minutes later he was back. "Ma, can I have another quarter for the movies?" His mother said, but, Junior, I've already given you the money for the movies twice. And Junior said, yeah, but every time I buy a ticket, some jerk at the door tears it up.
Well, that was very funny. Well, if you can put together an act like that, I guess I can make you master of ceremonies.
Well, you won't be sorry, Mr. Colby. Now I gotta beat it back to the fix-it shop. I'll write down the jokes I'll tell and have Zuki bring the act over to you. So long, Mr. Colby. So long, Betty.
Well, Zuki, I've been waiting for you. Did you bring Mel's act with you?
Well, sure. I got it right here in my pocket. Right, my coat. I got it in my shirt pocket. I got it in my pants. I lost it.
Well, I suppose you'll have to go back to Mel and tell him to write out the act again.
Oh, no, I remember the jokes. And the first one goes like this. I got a letter from my girl, and she's not feeling well.
You got a letter from your girl, and she's not feeling well?
Yeah, the letter says, I am in Chicago, sick.
Chicago, sick?
I think I should have said Chicago, ill. Hey, ain't that a ain't that a hum the ding all aboard. Ain't that it stinks, huh?
Zuki, there must be more to Mel's act than just that.
Oh, sure. Hey, here's another joke. It seems a man. What does it kill you? This man was walking down the street. When he met this girl. and then the girl said...
Yes, Zuki. What did the girl say?
I forgot.
Well, Zuki ought to be here soon. Hope nothing went wrong. Uh-oh. Here comes something wrong. That conceited Hartley Benson, the town Beau Brummel. Hello, Hartley. Windy out, isn't it?
No, Mel. 'Tis merely thousands of women blowing their tops over great, big, adorable me. In fact, I know myself like an open book. I'd marry myself if I could only cook.
Hartley, you're not so wonderful with women.
Oh, no. Mel, boy, for your information, I'm the only man who receives a free lifetime supply of elastics from the Bloomer Girls.
You're exaggerating.
Mel, boy, have you seen the new telephone directories? On the cover it says, housewives for the time of the day, dial name 3131. But for the time of your life, dial Hartley Benson.
Hartley, you must think you're the greatest Romeo in the world.
Mel, form your own conclusion. But the women have gotten together and are sending me to a furniture store to have my lap upholstered.
Why?
They want to turn it into a love seat. In fact, Mel, at a recent Dr. IQ broadcast, there wasn't one single lady in the balcony.
How come?
I was sitting in the orchestra.
Hartley, is talking about yourself your only recreation?
Oh, no, Mel. Last night I had the most wonderful time. I went to an amusement park and rode the whip.
Well, why was it so good, Hartley?
It went around so fast, for the first time in my life, I was able to kiss myself on the back of my neck. To the fish exhibition. I was standing there when an octopus grabbed me in her enormous tentacles.
Did she crush you?
No, just hugged. So you see, Mel, I even attract fish.
Sure, they're crazy about worms.
Mel, you touched me to the quick. But it makes me very happy to deliver this message to you. Mr. Colby thought the jokes you wrote were so terrible that he's appointed me Master of Ceremonies.
What?
That's right. He doesn't even want you around the supermarket tomorrow night. You're through. Well, I must be going. I'm such a lovely thing. I'm giving myself an engagement ring. Oh, well, nice seeing me.
character. He's the only guy I know who goes to a dance and then cuts in on himself. Gosh, Mr. Colby says I can't go to the supermarket tomorrow night. Well, I'll get to that show somehow, and I'll be the master of ceremonies, too. Yeah, but if I show up, Mr. Colby will break me in half. Say, that's not so bad. I can go on as a team.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Teeth that dazzle and a breath that's sweet. Isn't that what you want? What everyone wants? Then try Colgate tooth powder. Yes, that pleasant-tasting Colgate all-purpose tooth powder. The second you brush it on your teeth, it gets busy, bubbles through your mouth with a cleansing, foaming action. Fine for your breath, you bet. In 7 cases out of 10, it's been proved that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And when it comes to cleaning your teeth, this all-purpose tooth powder gives a dazzling performance, reveals the natural brilliance of your teeth. So for teeth that sparkle naturally and a breath that's sweet, use Colgate tooth powder.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now, Victor Miller and the orchestra with their arrangement of In My Adobe Hacienda.
Mel Blanc. Mel was going to be master of ceremonies at the big show in Colby Supermarket and thereby draw customers away from the rival market's grand opening, but his jokes were so bad that Mr. Colby fired Mel and is hiring Hartley Benson to do the job. Mel feels very badly about it. Right now, we find him in his fix-it shop, brooding.
What's the use of worrying? There's such a lump in my throat, I'll have to wash it down. Well, I'll pour myself a glass of water. Tall glass. Gosh, what am I going to do? Oh, here comes my lodge president, Mr. Cushing.
Hello, Mel. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga. How's your little sugar plum?
Mel, if you mean my wife, the word is wrinkled prune.
Oh, don't be so harsh with your wife, mighty potentate. She's not that bad.
Well, maybe you're right, Mel. Come to think of it, she's really a cross between the Queen of Sheba and Camille. Sort of a schlemiel. She
made a new rule in the house, Mel. She said,
John, no matter how much we argue, before you go to sleep, you've got to kiss me.
have you stopped arguing? No, but I haven't been to bed for a week. What a woman. Mel, you've seen perfumes with names like Linger a Moment, or Stay a While. Well, I'm making one especially for my wife.
What's it called?
Run for the Hills. Mel, she was even ugly on the day we were married.
Almighty potentate, a bride always looks beautiful when she walks down the middle aisle.
Mel, she didn't walk down the middle aisle. When the preacher saw her face, he sneaked her in through the back door. I can still remember paying for our marriage license. I gave the clerk $1.50.
Oh, wait a minute. A marriage license costs $2.
Yeah, I know, but he took one look at her and gave it to me wholesale. What a woman. The other day we were out hunting. I was standing there with a gun in my hand when my wife said,
John, don't just stand there. Shoot that crow. Go ahead, John. Shoot the old crow.
Gad, what a temptation. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. It's just that I've got no one to talk to.
You think you feel low, mighty potentate? I'm so low I could milk a gopher. I was supposed to be the master of ceremonies at Mr. Colby's supermarket show, but Hartley Benson is doing it now.
Well, Mel, you shouldn't be discouraged. Go on down there. Benson is liable to do a terrible job. Then you can step in and be a hero.
Gosh, mighty potentate, that's what I like about you. You never give up. You never say die.
What's the use, Mel? For 20 years I've been suggesting it to my wife, but nothing happens. Well, you take my advice. You'll thank me later on. Well, I gotta be going now.
Where are you going, mighty potentate?
Well, Mel, I can do one or two things. I can go to the movies and see The Miracle on 34th Street, or I can go home and look at The Plague on 8th Avenue.
Well, maybe the mighty potentate is right. Hartley Benson is liable to lay a big egg, and then my chance will come. I'll go right up on that stage and hatch it.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to my supermarket, and I hope you'll enjoy the show. Without further ado, I present our master of ceremonies, your friend and mine, Hartley Benson.
Ah, yes. Well, how do you do? What lucky people you are sitting down there and looking up at great, big, adorable me. First, I shall do my famous impersonation of Gary Cooper with the assistance of Miss Betty Colby, who is almost as beautiful as I am.
Oh, Gary, isn't it wonderful that we should meet here alone in this corral?
Yup.
Let's run away together.
Yup.
Let's get married.
Yup.
And you can buy me mink coats, 4 autos, and 2 homes.
Why can't I keep my big yup shut?
Oh, Gary, can't you be more romantic? Look at that calf kissing that cow. Why can't we do the same?
Go ahead. It's your cow.
Betty, listen to those people booing. What am I going to do? The audience is leaving for the other supermarket.
Oh, Mr. Colby, I'm here to help you out. Let me take over.
Mel Blanc, I thought I told you to stay out of... well, wait a minute. After all, what can I lose? All right, go ahead, but make it good.
Okay, here I go. Thank you, Hartley Benson. And now, folks, my first impersonation will be a well-known news commentator. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have it on reliable authority that tonight in Russia it is snowing. On the other hand, some say it is raining. Who knows what this may lead to? And in conclusion, I can safely state that in my unbiased opinion, in Russia tomorrow, it will be slushy.
That's wonderful. We'll keep going.
But, Mr. Colby, I'm finished. I don't have anything else to say. Besides, you won't let me tell those jokes I wrote for you.
You mean that horrible joke about your girl being sick in Chicago?
Well, Mr. Colby, she's not in Chicago sick. She's in Chicago ill. Hey, Mr. Colby, they like that kind of stuff. Let's get in the rest of the act I wrote. Hey,
What is it, Costello?
Oh, I think the family upstairs from us has got a bad leak in their pipes.
What makes you think so?
Oh, yesterday I finished my plate of soup 3 times. Hey, Yabba! Look here. Here's a picture of my uncle. He's a flagpole sitter.
Well, why isn't he sitting on top of the pole?
Well, his wife died and he's sitting at half-mast. Oh, gosh, my luggage. Hey, Yabba! Hey, do you know why insurance is like a football game?
No, why?
Because your relatives stand on the sidelines waiting for you to kick off.
Hey, tell me, what happened to your old girlfriend, Costello, the one with a shape like a dreamboat?
Oh, she hasn't got a shape like a dreamboat anymore.
Why not?
Her pier has collapsed.
Now, just a minute, Costello.
Oh, I'm a bad boy.
Gosh, Mel, you really came through for Father. Now it looks like he won't lose any of his business.
Oh, who cares about that, Betty? As long as we can get married.
Married?
I'd like to have 15 children, Betty. How about you?
Oh, I'd like 15, too.
Nothing doing, Betty. I don't want 30 children.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday night at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
The Columbia Broadcasting System.
Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedian, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker and Portland Hopper, the Texaco Roundtable, Win Murray and Al Goodman's Orchestra. It's Texaco time. Ladies and gentlemen, brevity may be the soul of wit, but tonight we bring you the heel of wit. And here he is, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and good evening to you, Mr. Droopy Wallington.
Good evening.
But
my heart is
quite an
knitted.
ensemble you have there, incidentally.
Oh, you like that?
That egg yolk, is that egg yolk or jaundice? That is something that's going to bewilder the moths when you hang it up in the closet. ought to put a dimmer on that coat. You'll blind any moth who's in there with his eyes open. And good evening to you, Mr. Droopy Wallington.
Good evening. But my heart isn't in it.
Your heart wasn't in my introduction either, if it's any news to you. Your opening salute this evening, Jimmy, was a masterpiece of indifference.
Well, what's the use? I give you a big build-up every week, then you come on. What becomes of me?
Well, you're here, Jimmy.
Oh, sure, I'm here.
You're here.
But you go into the newsreels. I just stand here like a dope.
And you're not kidding, either. Well, what do you want? What do you want me to do?
Well, let me in on something. I don't even know where you get your news.
Well, all right, James. Tonight, I will make an exception to the established rule. I will show you how I get my newsreels together. Now, take my hand. And first we'll go down to the out-of-town newsstand at Broadway and 42nd Street and Broadway. Now, don't be frightened of this traffic, Jimmy. I know the man right over here at the newsstand. Hello, Sam.
Hello, Mr. Allen. Looking for news again?
Yes, Sam. Then what's the highlight in the news this week?
Well, Deanna Durbin got married.
No, can't use that. There's a union involved there.
Well, how about the new income tax bill?
No, that's not funny.
The baseball season opened last week.
Can't use it.
There's the heat wave, Mr. Allen.
The heat wave. Great. Sam, that's my newsreel. Thanks a lot, Sammy.
Okay, Mr. Allen.
Now, you see, Jimmy, that's how I get my idea. It's simple.
Yeah, but how do you dig up those broken-down jokes?
Well, that's easy, Jimmy. Now, I just walk around the town and I see people. The people tell me the jokes and make up the newsreel for me. Now, tonight our topic is the heat wave. Now, first, we'll just drop down to the Weather Bureau.
Weather Bureau at your service, sir.
How high is the official temperature, sir?
84. But I can get it for you wholesale.
You see? Now, there's a joke, Jimmy.
I don't get it.
Well, I'll explain it later. Now, what is causing this heat wave, mister?
Well, the Gulf Stream came to New York to audition for Billy Rose.
Really?
Yes. Billy Rose is putting on a hot aquacade.
Oh, and the Gulf Stream is up to do its stuff for him, huh?
Yes.
I get it. Well, good day, sir.
I beg to differ.
I said good day, sir.
The forecast is warmer and wet.
Well, aren't we all? So long. Now, you see how the jokes pile up, Jimmy?
Why, no, Fred, I
well,
can't...
Well, now, let's take a look at this Weather Bureau ticker in the corner here.
What for, Fred?
Well, we just see how hot it is in other parts of the country. Now, let's see what the ticker says. Hoboken, New Jersey.
Got so hot here, the ferry took off its slip.
Gary, Indiana.
Got so hot here, a 32nd degree Mason went up 10 degrees.
Augusta, Georgia.
Got so hot and dry here, I saw a magnolia bush chasing a water spaniel up the street.
There you see, Jimmy. Hilarious reports, except from Georgia, from all over the country.
But what happens now?
Well, now stop laughing. Wait till the fun starts here. Well, now we'll go out into the street and pick up some more fun, if you can hold in. Now, let's hail this traffic cop over here. Hi, officer.
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Say, how about...
I can't hear you with this noise. Wait a minute. Now it's quiet. What did you say?
Well, it's pretty hot around Times Square, isn't it?
It's as hot as the hind leg of Mrs. O'Leary's cow.
That hot, is it really?
Yes, sir.
Well, has the heat bothered the theaters any?
Has it? You see that sign? It just says John on that marquee.
Yeah?
Well, it used to say Meet John Doe.
What became of the meat?
They had to take the meat down and put it in Lindy's icebox.
Where's the dough?
It baked into a pie crust and fell off of the marquee.
Well, were any other shows bothered by the heat?
Only one. They had to put a drip pan under It Happens on Ice.
Gosh, this corner's hot.
Yes, sir. There's only been one breeze all day.
A picket go by with a sign?
No, a guy from Buffalo had a blowout in his front tire.
A blowout?
Gosh, that air from upstate sure felt good.
Yes, I'll bet.
Hey, are you through with the funny stuff?
Yes, officer, thanks.
Okay, I'll get back to work.
Oh, you see how easy it is, Jimmy? People not only make up the newsreels, they give you 1,000,000 laughs.
I didn't laugh.
Well, look, if you don't get a laugh out of the next person, I'll tickle you. Let's cross the street here. Say, here's a little girl coming out of school. Hello, sis.
Well,
Hot, isn't it?
yeah.
Was it hot in school?
Yeah.
How hot was it?
Well, it was so hot, I was sitting in the sun.
Yeah?
And the teacher said, "What's cooking?"
Yeah? Well, what are you doing out of school at this hour, Sid?
Well, the teacher left her goldfish bowl in the window.
Yeah?
The water boiled and cooked the goldfish.
And the teacher sent you out to get another goldfish?
No, she sent me out to get some salt and pepper.
Well, there you are, Jimmy. Even a kid will convulse you.
Yeah, but I didn't get it.
You didn't?
No.
I wrote a poem about the heat. Want to hear it, men?
Well, sure. What's it called?
A paradox.
Well, go right ahead, sis.
A paradox is the baby bear with his heavy coat of thick brown hair. He's hot in the sun and he's hot in his lair. How can he be so hot when he's a little bear?
A bright little brat, eh, Jimmy?
Yeah, she's too bright for me. I didn't get it.
Say, You didn't, huh? Well, you're at least consistent as we go along here. Say, let's stop in at this bus terminal over here. See this old gentleman climbing out of the Skinny Atlas bus? Looks all in. Say, hot upstate, mister?
Yeah, never seen it so hot in Skinny Atlas.
A scorcher, hey?
Oh, it was a wang zizzler, young feller. Perspiration was coming out of me so fast, I had to tread water to stay in my clothes.
Well, it must have been terrible indoors.
Oh, sure was. I took my dog and went downtown.
To get relieved?
No, I'm getting relief.
Oh,
Just trying to get cool.
Oh, I see. And how was it downtown?
Oh, them sidewalks was a-roasting. My dog sat down and give off a yelp like a dying locomotive.
Was he burned badly?
Was he? Went to wag his tail and it fell off a clinker.
Hot dog.
Make mine with mustard.
You see how funny the man in the street is, Jimmy?
Yeah, that guy ought to be on the radio.
Well, he probably is. I mean, if we knew him, we'd say, well, what do you know? Here's the circus.
Hurry. Step this way to the big show.
Now, let's stop in and see our friends, the Siamese twins. Hello, boys.
We are Moore and Joe. We say hello.
Has it been hot around the sideshow?
Hot, he is asking. It is brutal.
Did you boys suffer from the heat?
Yeah, it is so hot. All day long we are flirting with the Ubangi.
Flirting with the Ubangi? Why?
Why, he is asking. The only shade in the circus is under the Ubangi's lip.
Oh, I see. Well, did the heat bother you last night?
Yeah. Last night we are going to bed. It is too hot to sleep together.
What did you do?
One of us got out and was slept on the floor.
Which one?
Which one, he is asking. Who knows? Both of us were asleep.
Well, couldn't you get twin beds and each sleep in a separate bed?
No, that's stretching the thing too far.
What are they laughing at, Fred? I don't get it.
Well, just one more stop, Jimmy. One more thing for you not to get, and we'll be all through. Now, look over here. Here's a recruiting office. I'll speak to this sergeant at the door. Pretty hot, eh, Sergeant?
Yeah, but Congress knew this heat was coming.
Well, how do you know?
That's why they started the draft.
Thank you, Sergeant.
And, by the way, how old are you, brother?
You bet. Well, there you are, Jimmy. That's how I get the newsreels together every week.
But how do you get that applause at the end, Fred?
I just start applauding myself when I'm finished, like this.
Oh, now I get it.
The audience gets it, too. That coat is doing things to my eyes. I have got to turn my back on. And you ought to put that in a meerschaum pipe for a couple of days and get it a little darker brown, James. That's sort of a pipe cleaner yellow you have there now. And that's all there is to the newsreel, James. And now that I've explained how they're assembled each week, Kenny Baker will show us how he makes a masterpiece of a song. And the song is Adios.
In leaving you
so lonely for you only. I sigh and cry my adios, adios to you. And in this heart is memory of what used to be, dear, for you and me set apart. The moon watching and waiting above. Too soon it will be blessing our love. Adios. For happy endings I'll return, dear, to you. With a love true, no more to bid you adios. I'll be so lonely for you only. I sigh and cry my adios. The moon watching and waiting above. Oh, soon it will be blessing our love. Adios. For happy endings I'll return, dear, to you. With a love true, no more to bid you
Thank you. And now, as a special guest, we present one of America's littlest little-known inventors, Mr. Morpheus Dill. What is it that you are the inventor of, Morpheus?
An alarm clock that gives off an aroma.
An alarm clock?
Yeah. Inside this alarm clock is a little gas plate, see?
Yeah.
On the gas plate is coffee, eggs, and bacon.
Yes.
Well, when it's time for you to get up, the gas is lighted, the coffee starts to perk, the eggs and bacon start frying, and you wake up and say, what's cooking?
Well, Gad, you've got something there, Morpheus.
Thank
There's
you.
Just one question.
Yes?
What lights this gas plate?
Oh, that's very simple. About 5 minutes before you wake up.
Yes?
You get up and light it.
Oh, you mean you have to get up 5 minutes before you get up? Well, I hate to tell you this, Morpheus, but your invention is a dud. And James Wallington, M.D., Master of Duds, will bear me out in this statement. Bear me out, Jimmy.
I certainly will, Fred. There's just one word for gadgets that won't go, won't run, won't work. They're duds. Dud is the word, too, for those useless elements in gasoline that won't fire quickly, that won't run your car at full power, that won't go to work despite anything you can do while driving. But you can forget duds when you fill up with Texaco Fire Chief. The slow-action elements are out, removed by Texaco in the refining. In Fire Chief, you get only the fast-action elements, concentrated energy that starts your engine with a snap. Follow it up with smooth, quick pickups and full cruising power. So next time, try a Texaco dealer and famous Fire Chief gasoline. It's all action, not a dud in a tank full.
Melody in F, F as in Flatbush, played by Al Goodman and 26 men named Goodman, all relatives. At this time, ladies and gentlemen...
Mr. Allen!
Well, what's wrong, Portland? Wait a minute. Gosh, your mother nearly missed her cue tonight, didn't she? Well, what's wrong? Probably dozed off early in the show and realized you were on so soon. Well, what's wrong, Portland? Stop shaking. What's the trouble?
It's Kenny Baker.
Oh, again with Kenny Baker. What's wrong now?
Well, I don't think Kenny will be here tonight. You better get yourself another singer.
Well, calm down, Portland. Kenny is here. He just finished his first number.
Are you sure it was Kenny?
Well, of course I'm sure. Why?
Well, Mr. Goodman took me to the circus this afternoon, and we saw Kenny there.
Well, so what? He probably got a bad balloon last year and went over to exchange it.
But you don't understand. Kenny was in the cage with Gargantua.
What? Why, that's ridiculous.
Mr. Goodman, didn't we see Kenny in Gargantua's cage?
On this, I, Goodman, will sign an affidavit.
Get that frog in your throat to sign something. Look, you can sign an affidavit. You can sign an after-Goliath. And I still won't believe it.
And not only that, but later, we saw Kenny in the lion's cage. And it was tigers and snakes.
Now, just a minute. You mean that our cherry-cheeked Kenny Baker, the Huckleberry Finn of the networks, was making personal appearances in all of the animals' cages?
Yes, and he was showing off. He even put his head in a lion's mouth.
No kidding.
At this point, 4 women, including Goodman, fainted.
It couldn't have been Kenny. Now, look, Kenny has a 7.5 head, and a standard lion only has a 6 7/8 mouth. So he couldn't have been putting his head in the lion's mouth.
Kenny, it positively was. This I'm saying in all positivity.
But what would he be doing rampant in the animals' cages?
I think Kenny is working for the circus, Mr. Allen.
This could be. He is wearing a hat that said creeper.
That's keeper, not creeper.
Keeper, he says. Keeper is a herring.
Quiet, please, Mr. Goodman.
Keeper herring, delicious.
Kipper is a herring.
Kipper is a man who runs a lighthouse. A lighthouse kipper.
All right, a lighthouse kipper. Have it my way. Now, look, here's all I want to know. What does Kenny mean hanging around in tigers' cages, risking his life when he's under contract to me?
Hi, folks.
Oh, hello, Kenny. Well, what's new with you?
Oh, nothing. It's the same old dull existence. Dull existence, he says. His head in a lion's mouth, and he's bored yet.
Quiet, please, Maestro. Kenny, I understand you are doing a little extra work around town.
Yeah, I stumbled into a little easy money.
Easy money, eh? Now, let me tell you something.
Oh, don't worry, F.A. You'll get your 10%.
That's beside the point. And it's 15% now. With daylight saving time, it went up 5%. There's a rumor around, and also my nose advises me, that you are working for the circus.
Yes, they hired me to sing.
To sing at the circus?
Yeah, what dopes. They're paying me $25 a week, and I haven't even sung a note yet.
You're getting this money for nothing?
Yeah, all I do is a few odd jobs.
Well, Portland and the maestro tell me that they saw you in the lion's cage.
Yeah, that's one of my odd jobs.
Oh, that's one of your odd jobs, huh?
Uh-huh. Twice a day, I comb the lion's tail.
You comb the lion's tail?
But it's a waste of time. Every time he sits down, he rumples it.
Kenny, that lion is wild.
Why, he could chew you to pieces.
Not this lion. His teeth have been filed down.
Well, how do you know?
I filed them myself yesterday.
Oh, another one of your odd jobs.
Yeah.
But I understand you also put your head in the lion's mouth.
Well, he was growling, so I looked in to see if he had a cavity in one of his teeth.
Curiosity, hey? Well, didn't it occur to you that the lion might have used your head for a temporary filling?
Oh, it was dark in there. He couldn't see what I was doing.
What would you have done if the lion sneezed, Kenny?
I'd have said, Gesundheit.
They wouldn't have heard you in there. Well, Kenny, look, we can only use you on this program in one piece. Now, we can't be bothered assembling you every time we need a song. You have got to give up this job.
But, F.A., if Ringley Brothers want to give me $25 just for puttering around,
Puttering around with lions and tigers?
It's dangerous, Kenny.
Exactly. There's an old saying, the leopard is not changing his back.
Go away. Don't you understand, Kenny? The circus would have to spend a fortune to get a daredevil to comb a lion's tail and fool around with savage beasts.
Mr. Allen is right, Kenny.
Why, I know a man who trusted a hippopotamus one time. He lived with one leg to regret it. Now, all beasts and mammals are deceitful.
You've got those animals wrong, F.A. They're just misunderstood.
They're misunderstood?
Yeah. Now, take that big snake I have to Simonize.
You Simonize a snake?
Just once a day. Why, that snake loves me. He won't leave me for a minute.
But you're here now without him, Kenny.
Oh, yeah? What do you think this is, a belt?
Kenny, button your coat.
And all the time I'm thinking the hissing is coming from the balcony.
Quiet, please, Maestro. In spite of the way you are being received, quiet. Now, look. Kenny, it's just Goodman's night, that's all. Now, look, Kenny, that lion may have his teeth filed down, and that snake may like you. But for Pete's sake, what were you doing in Gargantua's cage?
Well, how else can I tweeze his eyebrows?
Oh, I give up. You mean you went right into his cage and nobody said anything to you?
Nobody but Gargantua.
Well, what did Gargantua say?
When I walked in there, he looked up and said, Dr. Livingston, I presume.
Well, all I can say is that you're very fortunate. You know that it's just dumb luck that you're not appearing tonight a la fricassee.
Oh, Gargy wouldn't hurt anybody, F.A. He doesn't even know what meat tastes like.
Yeah, well, he may get curious someday.
I think they expect him to.
You do? Why?
Well, just before I go in to feed Gargantua, they heat up my right arm. I guess it's just in case.
No doubt.
But, Kenny, last week Gargantua's trainer said that he was mad at the whole world.
Well, Gargantua did get sore at me this afternoon.
What happened?
We were both in a cage and somebody threw in a peanut.
And?
I beat him to it.
No.
What happened then, Kenny?
Well, Gargantua grabbed me by the throat and squeezed.
That gorilla squeezed your throat? Well, weren't you terrified?
It was the most thrilling moment of my life.
Thrilling?
Yes, for the first time in my career, I hit high C.
Penny, you are a young, inexperienced boy. Now, the circus is making a patsy out of you. They haven't let you sing yet, have they?
No.
They haven't told you when you will sing, have they?
No.
Well, that's it. They will never let you sing. They're just using you for a maitre de cage, a fauna flunky, a rhinoceros's Rochester.
No kidding.
Why, if one of those lions turns on you, you will be the late Kenny Baker, and the lion will be burping perfidiac. Now, you ought to give up that job immediately.
Gosh, maybe you're right, F.A.
Of course I'm right.
I'll get it. Hello? Yes, this is Kenny Baker. The circus? No, I'm not coming back to you. You won't let me sing, and What? Yeah? 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 I'll be right over. Oh, boy.
Kenny, you're not going back to the circus.
You bet I am. You're all wrong about those people, F.A.
I'm wrong?
Yes, they're going to let me sing. I'll go get my asbestos tuxedo.
Now, just a minute. An asbestos tuxedo for what?
For my song.
Your song?
Yeah, they're not only letting me sing, but during my song they keep shooting me out of a cannon.
And what is this song you're singing?
There I go.
And now that Kenny has left for the circus to put his song over with a bang, Win Murray sings a song dedicated to Kenny's probable destination. It's called Just a Little Bit South of North Carolina.
Just a little bit south of North Carolina, that's where I long to be. In a little brown shack in South Carolina, someone waits for me. In each letter he says the weather's fine and the folks are feeling great. That the garden looks grand and the red rose vine is swinging through the gate. Just a little bit south of North Carolina, that's where my thoughts all stray. To the one I love best in South Carolina, I'm going back someday. I can hardly wait to see the face of the one I idolize. Just a little bit south of North Carolina, I'll find paradise. Can't figure out why I ever wanted to roam. Can't figure out why I went away from home. See how I miss all the friends I used to know. Can't wait till I return to the place that I love so. Just a little bit south of North Carolina, that's where I long to be. In a little brown shack in South Carolina, someone waits for me. In each letter he says, the weather's fine, the folks are feeling great. That the garden looks grand and the red rose vine is swinging through the gate. Just a little bit south of North Carolina, that's where my thoughts all stray. To the one I love best in South Carolina, I'm going back someday. I can hardly wait to see the face of the one I idolize. Just a little bit south of North Carolina, I'll find
This, ladies and gentlemen, is Be Kind to Animals Week. It's a very worthy cause, but may I suggest that we also be kind to automobiles. Now, tonight, for the first time in radio, you are going to hear an automobile speak. Jimmy, will you tell that car to pull over here to the microphone, please, the guest car? And now the automobile speaks.
Honk, honk. Today I am a can.
Now, don't run yourself down, brother. Of course, your fenders do flop a little, and you have an oversized spare tire there. But all in all, you're a pretty good-looking car.
Don't kid me. Maybe I look all right, but inside I'm a mess.
Really?
Yeah. My transmission's full of old, worn-out grease.
No kidding.
My chassis has got more squeaks than a pet shop. My crankcase needs new oil.
That's too bad.
I'm well on my way to becoming a clunk, I am.
Now wait a minute. Don't go to pieces. All you need is a Texaco dealer's spring tune-up. Jimmy, just in case this car's owner is listening, tell him about it, will you please?
Spring has been with us now for 5 weeks. And if you've put off getting your car ready for these warm driving days, don't delay any longer. Avoid possible trouble and expense. See your Texaco dealer. He's trained to give you a skillful, complete warm weather changeover using the Texaco quality products your car needs. First, he'll drain off your old, thinned-out winter oil. Refill with insulated Haviland or insulated Texaco motor oil. The oil's insulated to resist extreme heat. Next, the transmission and differential will receive expert attention. And these vital points will have the protection of Texaco gear lubricants of the proper seasonal grade. Last but not least, he'll stop squeaks and wear in the chassis with Marfak. M-A-R-F-A-K. Texaco's famous 40-point chassis lubrication service. So don't delay. Tune up for spring at your Texaco dealer now. Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC New York, 880 on your dial.
was a digest version of Cheer Up, played by Mr. Goodman, who needs no introduction and proved it by not playing one to this last number. Well, this brings us to the Texaco Roundtable. This is radio's only unrehearsed discussion group that concentrates on trivia. No subject is too small for our consideration. If we can see it, we'll discuss it. Now, Portland opens our meeting by simply calling the roll.
Mr. Gilbert Supple of Danville, Illinois.
Well, good evening, Mr. Supple from Danville, Illinois. May I ask what you're doing in New York? You didn't come to see the World's Fair and miss it by a year, did you?
No, Mr. Allen. I'm a traffic manager in the radio department of an advertising agency.
Oh, you work in an advertising agency, do you?
Yes, sir.
Well, I can see that it would be silly to talk to you, Mr. Supple. I'll send you a memo in the morning of the whole thing. But are you...
Sure you've got the right agency?
After 9 years in radio, I don't know whether I've found the right one, Mr. Supple. It's a matter that comes up every year about this time. But tell me, do you work around the radio programs, do you?
No, sir. I route records and copy and things like that.
You don't work around the radio program.
No, sir.
Well, I could tell you haven't got that hunted look that goes with the executive who tinkers with the radio end of the business. Well, thank you, Mr. Supple. Now, Portland.
Mrs. Helen Taylor of Toronto, Canada.
Well, good evening,
Good evening,
Mrs. Taylor. May I ask your business or profession?
I do the ladies' body massage work.
You're a masseuse, are you?
That's right.
A masseuse? Are you really? What are you laughing about? Well, I don't know. I was just going to say, it's fortunately, I am not a run-of-the-mill radio comedian, or when the word masseuse came up, I might say, have you ever heard the masseuse theme song? Masseuse is in the cold, cold ground. That's the best I can do. No, it's not that good, and you know it. You're just doing that, and it's very welcome at that particular time, too, Miss Taylor. But tell me, what are the benefits? I have heard many times that through the body massage, a person can get the full benefits of a good physical workout without the accompanying strain on the heart. Is that right?
Yes, it is, if they are definitely taking it for exercise, which it takes the place of exercise.
Oh, I see. Well, what do most people, what is the massage for? For reducing purposes?
Most women take it for that.
For reducing purposes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, isn't that a shame? You know, it's really a shame. What becomes of all that flesh when people reduce?
Well, I guess we just pound it away.
You just pound it away. It's really a shame. You know, so many thin people want to be fat. So many fat people want to be thin. If there only were some way you could have a flesh transfusion and make everybody the same. Everybody in the country would be the same size. Don't you think that would be good?
It'd be wonderful.
If everybody in the country was the same size, no one would have to stand on tiptoe when a parade went by. It would be very helpful. Well, thank you, Mrs. Taylor, for laughing there. It was quite a great help. And now, Portland.
Mr. Ernesto Ricci of New York City.
Well, good evening, Mr. Ricci. Good evening, Mr. Ricci. Huh? You want to speak up a little louder? Huh? Well, I know Mr. Ricci, Portland. He has the shoe shining concession here in our theater, and I invited him to join us tonight to spread a little wisdom. Mr. Ricci, you do have the shoe shining concession here in the theater, haven't you?
Yes, over there. Playhouse number 3.
Playhouse number 3. You go around to the other theaters, too?
Music Box Theater.
Music Box Theater? Well, whose shoes have you shined down there? Who have you...
Plenty. I got a lot of shows.
Other shows, too?
Thousand Cheer.
Thousand's Cheer. You shine the shoes there?
Shoes of Mr. Grip.
Clifton Webb. You shine Clifton Webb. I thought he went around barefooted. I didn't know. That's news to me. I worked with him for 3 years, but his trouser legs were long, and I never knew that he had shoes on. I thought Clifton folded his trouser legs over and made sort of a suede sandal out of the whole thing. Well, thank you, Mr. Ricci. I'm sorry I haven't time to take up this sterling pedal work that you are doing. And that brings us to our question. And tonight we take a gander. Am I late already? Good and late, huh? All right, I'll keep right on going. And tonight we take a gander at the quotations that have rattled down through the years. Every quotation that was ever quoted has been taken for granted. Emerson once said, if a man builds a better mousetrap the world will be the path to his door. But nobody ever proved it. Plutarch first said a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush, but no one ever bothered to check on it. Tennyson once wrote, in the spring, a young man's fancy lightly turns to thoughts of love. And it is Tennyson we hop on. Tonight our question then is, do you think that in the spring, a young man's fancy lightly turns to thoughts of love? Mr. Sepple, you are a young man. May I ask you what you think about that?
Simple, yes.
It does, huh? Well, the young man's fancy turns to love rather than the Dodgers or a new car or anything like that. You say yes. Mrs. Taylor, how do you feel about it?
Oh, very much so.
You think so? You say so from experience, do you?
I would say so.
Without consulting your diary. You say so, too. And Mr. Ricci, how do you feel about a young man's fancy in the spring?
Pretty good.
You feel pretty good. I'm saying you find that young men have their shoes shine more often in the spring, do you? Well, I'm sorry I haven't time to take this up. It seems to be unanimous. We're deadlocked at the moment, and personally, this would be a swell discussion, Mr. Ricci, if I only had the time here. Personally, I think we picked the wrong question tonight. With this traffic problem we have today, I think a young man's fancy is afraid to turn. If it turns in the middle of the block, or if the young man's fancy turns the wrong way on a one-way street, he'll get a ticket. And so then, on this note of futility, our round table adjourned. Now, ladies and gentlemen, direct from his Canon Serenade, the circus big shot, Senor Baker, returns to our microphone to render, for Mr. Ricci, a Neapolitan medley.
At Montmartre, Paris, where life is gay and free, a bright and airy dance you will always see. I'm gay as gay can be, and it is plain to see. I love romance and glee, and they're always free. Girls wink and dance like boys, throw kisses to the boys, glide and whirl just like coquettes. They're free from all regret. As for the happy crowd, they all sing tra-la-la, dancing, whirling all night long. They sing this happy song. Come in, my friends, and see our dancing in Paris. All I just gay, so sing and dance, tra-la-la-la. Come in, my friends, and see our dancing in Paris. All I just gay, so sing and dance, tra-la-la-la. Light, stray clouds is lining, while from the blue expanse fair stars are gleaming. Over the night beneath, in sweetness beaming, come, pretty maiden, look from thy lavish love, Santa Lucia, Santa Lucia. O'er the stream we glide, borne by the rolling tide, Santa Lucia, Santa dancing in Paris. All I do is gay, so sing and dance, la-la-la-la. Come in, my friends, and see our dancing in Paris. All I do is gay, so sing and dance, la-la-la.
Is Larry Larry Elliott.
Yes, Fred, with a word about how everyone can be air-minded.
Oh, just a minute, Larry. Being air-minded is fine in its place, but it's not for everyone.
Yeah, but I meant the kind that...
Well, I know exactly what you meant, Larry. The time that's coming when almost everyone will fly a plane. Well, do you realize what our atmosphere is going to be like when it's filled with amateur flyers?
Yes,
People
but...
getting tickets for parking on top of the Empire State Building. Commuters getting home late because a tailwind took them out to Terre Haute. Hitchhikers dangling from every cloud. Why, a man won't be able to take a deep breath without inhaling a couple of children on kiddie scooters. Plain scooters, I mean. Air-minded.
But, Fred, I meant being air-minded about driving.
Well, how can a motorist be air-minded? I am asking you.
I am telling you. If you like the idea of handling a car that takes off a snap and dash, that soars eagerly along the road, that quietly lifts you up and over the hills, then you're air-minded about driving. And I might add, in the modern mood, to enjoy flying the highway with Sky Chief, Texaco's premium gasoline. It has all the qualities you associate with the smoothness and power of flight. Lifting, soaring, climbing power that gives you a thrill just to think of having it under your control. So with that in mind, the next time you're driving, try a tank full of Texaco Sky Chief and enjoy flying the highway for a change. Remember, Sky Chief is your Texaco dealer's premium gasoline for those who want the best.
And now the Texaco Workshop Players. Tonight they dramatize a true story that illustrates the great influence radio plays in our daily lives. This clam bake is called Radio. Music, 802. Radio, the great American pastime. Today there are 40 million radio sets in active use throughout the country. Radio stations broadcast assorted programs 18 hours a day. Radio brings you educational features.
A set of Encyclopedia Britannica goes to Mrs. Fink of Red Hook, Brooklyn.
Thank you.
Radio brings you comedy.
How can you keep a dead fish from smelling? Cut off his nose.
Radio brings you up-to-the-minute news.
Flash, the 5 race at Jamaica away at 4:15. The winner, Flying Max.
Radio brings you music.
Try Hemingway's pills for your fevers and chills. Take Hemingway's pills, and tomorrow you'll be well. We're nuts about the good old Hemingway.
Radio is a vital influence in the lives of millions of people, but while it entertains and instructs us, we must ever be on our guard, for radio can be overdone. To prove our point, we now show you how one man's happy home was broken up and his life practically ruined by radio. This story then is called The Undoing of Abner Snyde. Abner Snyde was a finger man in a donut shop. Through each long day, Abner stood alert by the side of his shiny donut machine, plunging his finger into the heart of each crisp golden blob of dough as it tumbled out of the fat. And presto, another donut was born. When Abner got home from work each night, he was dog-tired, and his donut finger dangled limply from his hand. The only fun he had in life, Abner derived from his radio. Every night at dinner, it was the same story, Abner would say.
Hurry up with my coffee, Camille. I gotta get back to the radio.
Radio. Every night it's the radio.
Oh, don't wax, Camille. You and me owe a lot to them radio commercials.
I owe what?
You ain't got dishpan hands no more thanks to Guppy's lotion.
Well,
Yeah, look at me. Cat paw rubber heels have put spring in my step.
Put spring?
Yeah, and my mother didn't tell me about gripper fasteners. I used to gap all over.
I know.
Today, my double-breasted union suit is tailored to my taste. I can stoop with confidence.
Yes. Wouldn't be so bad if you tuned in some music or jokes once in a while.
Oh, I don't have time to tune that junk in. The commercials keep me too busy.
But you don't have to listen with your hat on.
I got it, Camille. Them announcers always tell you to do something. It's got to be done right away. Go to your druggist now. See your grocer today. Yeah. When them radio announcers tell you to go, you gotta go, that's all.
You mark my words. Radio will be your downfall, Abner Snyde.
Radio will make me a success, Camille. And that reminds me, I'm turning the radio on right now.
Attention, men. The following announcement is transcribed.
Commercial goodie.
The makers of Sticky Slick Hair Tonic bring you another 60-second success story. The scene, the Vice President's office. An office boy enters.
Here's your new memo pad, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Smith. You may go.
Gosh, your hair sure looks nice this morning, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Smith. You're an observant boy.
You hear, Camille? He's an observant boy.
Each hair is in place. What have you got on it?
Sticky Slick Tonic.
You mean Sticky Slick, the scientifically prepared hairdressing?
The same.
Oh, boy.
Sticky Slick is the only hair tonic that contains schmaltz.
Oh, you mean schmaltz spelled S-C-H schmaltz?
Yes, Smith.
I got it. The smart man uses Sticky Slick, sir.
You notice things, Smith. You're going places. I'm giving you a raise.
Oh, boy, he got a raise. Turn off the radio, Camille.
Yes, Abner.
You see, every time you listen to the radio, you learn something. I'm trying that tomorrow.
Trying what?
Being observant like that office boy. Tomorrow, when I take my first batch of donuts into the boss, I'm going to notice what Mr. Kibby has on. Then I'll get a raise, too.
Gee, Abner, you think if
Sure. Someday I'll own my own donut factory, Camille, and we can live on the fat of the land.
And so the next day, determined to notice things like the little people in radio commercials, Abner Snide entered his boss's office.
Here's my first batch of donuts, Mr. Kibby.
I'll check the holes later, Snide. You may go.
That's a keen-looking suit you got on, Mr. Kibby.
Go away, Snide. I'm busy
I'll
here.
bet that's one of them thrilling new Palm Beach 7 Seas ensembles which can be bought at any one of the 187 conveniently located slip potteries, no money down.
What are you talking about, Snide?
Well, I'm only showing you how observant I am, Mr. Kibby.
Observant, you little donut drudge.
Oh, when you gnash your teeth like that, I can see the sparkle. You use Dr. Wacko's toothpaste. Goodbye to gum bag.
I've stood enough of your ranting, Snide. You're talking like a radio.
Hey, yes, sir. Now, about my raise.
I'll give you a raise. I'll kick you out of here.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be kicked by a Tom McCann shoe. Only the Tom McCann has a scientific fit and free action swing.
And I'm swinging it right now, Snide. Take this.
Oh!
And so, thanks to radio, Abner Snide returned home with an ache in his heart and all points south. As Abner ate his dinner from the high boy that night, he tried to explain to his wife what had happened. Abner said,
And then Mr. Kibby put his leg back down and said, Snide, you're fired.
Well, it's your own fault. If you'd quit listening to that radio.
Oh, don't go blaming radio. Come here. Radio always do all right.
But you've lost your job. What are we going to eat, them box tops you've been saving?
A radio will get us out of this, Camille. You wait and see. I'll turn it on.
You and your radio.
I got faith in radio, Camille. You'll see. Some announcer will solve our trouble.
Attention, men. Do you need money?
I told you, Camille. Radio's like a miracle.
Are you short of ready cash?
Yeah, I am.
Can you use a generous loan with absolutely nothing to sign?
You bet I can, mister.
Then come to the Philco Loan Company. Philco doesn't ask you to sign papers. Philco doesn't ask you for security. Philco doesn't ask you to return the money. No, sir. We just give the money away. Can we help it if we're a little crazy? Now remember, nothing to sign, nothing to pay. Get a Philco loan tonight.
Oh, boy, I told you we'd be saved by radio.
Who's on the radio, stupid? I'm speaking from this sound truck outside the window.
Oh, boy, where's my coat?
Where are you going, Abner? That's a Shyster loan outfit. They can't even get on the radio.
Yeah, but irregardless, I'm getting a Philco loan. So long.
And so, with his little round face sporting a cherub smile, our hero scurried down to the Philco office, pausing at the door just long enough to let the wind out of his bubble gum and park it under the doorknob. Abner eagerly entered the office.
Come in, gullible one.
Excuse me, is this the Philco Loan Company?
Yes, brother. I am Mr. Philco. What can I do for you?
Well, I heard about your loan and money.
Oh, you want some of this money we're giving away?
My name is Abner Snide. I need $50.
Good. Here you are. $50, Mr. Snide.
Gee, thanks.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Philco. So
Just a minute, you.
Who said that?
I did. Where are you going with that $50?
Why,
Trying to pull a fast one, huh?
Did I forget that?
Before you go, there's a couple of formalities to attend to. First, sign this here document.
But the man said no
And
security.
while you're signing, I'll take this gold watch out of your vest.
But the man said no security.
That's gold, brother.
Well, I still got my $50. So long.
Just a minute, buddy.
Holy smoke. Where did you guys come from?
Out of my closet. They're vice presidents in charge of collecting fees.
What fees?
Go to it, boys. I'm taking your coat and shirt. That's your guarantee fee.
Guarantee fee?
I'm taking your pants.
That's your depreciation fee.
Depreciation fee?
And I'm taking his $50. That's your fee.
Fee?
That's it, man. Now, all you owe Philco is the original $50 loan plus interest.
Oh, my watch gone, my clothes gone. I'm standing here in my union suit, and I still owe you $50 in interest?
That's right.
Look, how much would it cost me just to forget the whole thing and go out the way I came in?
You couldn't afford it, brother. I'm in good health.
And so poor Abner, the innocent victim of his all-out gullibility, found himself out in the street clad in his double-breasted union suit. With great presence of mind, Abner picked a large calendar number out of an ash can, pinned it on his little chicken breast, and loped home disguised as a marathon runner. Jobless, moneyless, and garmentless, Abner finally broke down and said to his wife,
Doggone diddly duck do that. I'm through with radio for good.
Oh, now you're going too far, Abner. Radio does a lot of good for folks that can handle it.
Not me. I'm done. I've been a chump once too often. I never want to hear the word radio again. If anyone ever says radio... Hello? This is Abner Snide. Oh, yeah? Goodbye.
What was that?
Some radio thing. I'm through. There it goes again. Hello? I told you I ain't interested. Goodbye. Another one of them radio gags. They ain't tricking me again.
But who was it, Abner?
Oh, something called a pot of gold. They said they wanted to give me money.
Abner, the pot of gold really gives away money.
What?
You fool, you've just lost $1,000.
$1,000? No.
And Abner fainted dead away. He fell on his head, and when Abner came to, he had a lump on his head as big as his head. The lump never went down. And years later, Abner, despite his resolutions, returned to radio. He became a radio actor. He mastered ventriloquism and went on the air. He talked to his lump, and his lump would answer him. Today, Abner and his lump are known to millions of radio listeners as Lump and Abner. The end. With barely enough words to fill a nutshell.
The next few moments are devoted to the entire petroleum industry by the Texas Company. More than ever this year, the slogan of travelers will be, See America First. And all of America's 226,000 service stations are ready with the services and automotive products that will help make your driving carefree and comfortable wherever you travel on our great network of highways. It is a fact to remember, too, that over 95% of these service stations are operated by local independent merchants who, while serving motorists from all 48 states, are local businessmen who also take pride in serving, living, and trading in their own communities.
Thank you, Larry. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for letting the Texaco Star Theater service your radio for this hour tonight. We'll be back to render the same service next Wednesday at Texaco time. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast and inviting you to drive in anytime. Remember, you're welcome.
Just a reminder that next Wednesday, many communities will be on daylight saving time. If your community is one of them, continue listening for the Texaco Star Theater at the same time. But if your community remains on standard time, be sure to tune in 1 hour earlier, beginning next Wednesday. For exact time of broadcast in your vicinity, consult your local newspaper or movie and radio guide. Music used on this program included our Frangesa and Santa Lucia. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.